Hey, this is just a quick preface for this compilation. If you just want to watch the Stories of Navezgane, skip to this timestamp. For returning viewers to this series, here's a brief synopsis of why I'm making this compilation now. Since Alpha 21 was released for 7 Days to Die, the more and more I've been digging into it, the more I'm realizing a lot has changed. So basically I decided now would be a good time, more so than A20. A21 is a good time to sort of turn a page or start a new chapter in the Stories of Navezgane. I mean, there are just so many locations I want to dive into, like big POIs, tier 5s and 4s, that aren't even in Navezgane proper. They're in the 10K map, the 10K pre-gen. But then in Alpha 21, they've also refreshed a lot of POIs that I have covered already. They have a new look, they have new nooks and crannies, they're different, and those older videos are now technically outdated. And to be fair, this is something I kind of always planned for. You'll notice I never made an effort to hide the alpha version in the top right corner that displays in the game by default. I never made any effort to hide that in any Stories of Navezgane because I wanted it to be there, because I kind of saw this coming, right? Anyway, I think now is a good time to just put all of the pre-Alpha 21 Stories of Navezgane videos in one video, one big compilation, and just say, here it is, moving along. I didn't write any kind of script for this, so this is really rambly, and this is probably going to take way longer than I thought it would. I'll try to cut it down as best I can. I'm sorry. Anyway, this is me officially turning a page in the Stories of Navezgane series. This is all pre-Alpha 21. These are all of the Stories of Navezgane that, from here on out, either are or definitely will be outdated, or not really make any sense anymore, or kind of just be contradicted by new stuff. And also, for the few of you that just put the Stories of Navezgane playlist on repeat, this might be a good way for you to do that with fewer ads if you get ads, or just a cleaner way to do so. You can just watch this one video. Maybe that's nicer. I don't know. So if you're new to the series, this is a really weird introduction. I'm sorry. You could probably just skip this and just watch the newer ones because a lot of this is outdated anyway. But if you're not new, thanks for watching. Traversing the wintry north of Navezgane, one can find a lone dirt road that winds its way up the lower portion of a rocky mountain. At the end of this road is a lovely lone mansion, characterized by a grossly unfair distribution of wealth, the destruction of the apocalypse, and boring neutral tones. But as we'll find out today, these boring tones hide a very, very interesting secret, and possibly a clue as to the origins of this nightmarish situation the whole of Navezgane now finds itself within. Welcome to episode 1 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Upon first entering the mansion, a few things are immediately apparent. Firstly, somebody's forgotten their shoes. Secondly, though, this place is in disarray. There's the obvious wear of a withering home left to the devices of the natural and possibly unnatural. But there's also evidence of a struggle to survive. Supplies stashed and stacked all about, a table flipped, possibly in the heat of a struggle, shelves and cupboards emptied for all their worth, and of course a hilariously small television for such a large and lavish home. It's clear no living humans have inhabited this home for quite some time, so let's continue to the second floor. The struggle of those who dwelled here remains apparent up here as well. More supplies stashed away, so much floor space wasted on a chandelier, broken railings, and a makeshift barbed wire fence. Regardless, if we continue beyond the stairs and make a left, we can find what could be a lovely office space if not for the disastrous wallpaper. Beyond that, the master bedroom, containing a polished turd of a bed adorned with gold. Snarkiness aside for just a moment, there is something else of interest here. A busted window and a broken wall, a makeshift bridge leading outside to a porch with a lovely view of a very excited tree. Given the makeshift bridges and the torch, it's clear either whoever attempted to survive here needed a quick escape in case of the worst, or some lucky looter got here before us. There's not much more to see here, so we'll continue to the third floor. Perhaps there we'll finally discover the purpose of the large turret that seems to be such a centerpiece for the mansion. We haven't seen any rooms housed within it yet. Up here on the third and topmost floor of the building, we'll find a massive personal library, featuring such hits as Magnum Enforcer, Machine Gunner, Batter Up, and At the end of this library is a small cache of ammunition and medical supplies. No doubt a point of last stand for the survivors that once inhabited this place. Just next to that, however, a vault door. Peering in, it appears to be some sort of elevator shaft, so this is what the turret houses. Strange though, we haven't seen any elevator doors in this house, anywhere. Let's carefully traverse down and see where this leads us. At the bottom of this secret elevator, we come upon a cave. This must be where all that square footage listed on Zillow comes from, but what could the purpose of this cave be? Perhaps a secret hideout for the owners of the estate? Maybe they were really eccentric doomsday preppers. Well, there's another elevator down, so let's take it. Spoiler alert, it's not functional. At the bottom of this cave is some sort of control room or checkpoint. Within it, we can find more medical supplies and ammunition. Nothing too interesting there, so instead, let's take the walkway down to this metal door. Beyond this iron door is some sort of computer room, a server, a data terminal, perhaps even some sort of supercomputer. It's hard to say given the inconsistencies in technology in Navezgane. The multitude of dials, buttons, and displays doesn't tell us much, so we'll continue through the next door. Through this door, we follow a passageway that leads us to a massive vat of some kind, labeled ZH1. That's not ominous at all. Passing through this room, we find a hole in the wall that leads us back to the open cavern, back to those large gate doors that don't at all fit this arch-shaped entrance. And it's here we discover the true purpose of this cave, this facility. Or rather, we gain an invaluable clue. More medical supplies, terminals, the usual pesky zombies scattered about, and oh, a single zombie trapped inside a large glass tube. To our immediate right, when we enter that strange room, there is what appears to be some sort of armory, with a secret entrance leading to the front deck of the house. Whoever was here was prepared to defend this place. Very prepared. So, what the hell is going on here? With the tour over, now we can dig into the meaning of all of this, the real meat of this video. What was the purpose of this facility? What kind of experiments or tests were taking place here? What was the goal? Well, we have some evidence that can guide us. That vat we saw earlier, labeled ZH1, it has a series of pipes feeding from it to the glass tube. There are also hazard workers in hazmat suits manning the vat, alluding to some serious danger about whatever ZH1 is. That vat, ZH1, we will come back to that. We have the terminal room, no doubt once collecting large amounts of data, overlooking the entire scene. We have a myriad of people, former people, probably survivors, workers, guards, and that lone test subject in the glass. Electric relays, a chalkboard, piles of supplies. What's it all for? What does it all mean? I think the key to all of this is that vat, or rather whatever it contains or contained, ZH1. What is ZH1? Well, as far as I'm aware, ZH1 doesn't appear anywhere else in Navezgane. If I'm mistaken, please let me know in the comments. This stuff showing up anywhere else could be immensely interesting. At first, I'll admit I thought it was obvious. Zombie... something. Well, okay, good start, but from there, I'm at a loss. Zombie hormone? Zombie hypothesis. There are a myriad of chemistry terms that could apply here, but most of them I either don't understand or I can't pronounce, so I'm going to rule those out for now. I thought perhaps ZH1 is some sort of reference, but I couldn't find anything relevant anywhere. It doesn't appear in any official resources as far as I can see. It isn't mentioned in any threads or forums that I could find. It is possible that it's just a reference to the location itself within Navezgane. Within the game files itself, the location is listed simply as House Old Tudor 01 in the teleport menu. So it could just be Zombie House 1, but that's far too boring. So perhaps a reference to something outside of the game? Well, probably not. The game H1Z1 comes to mind, but that was released 2 years after 7 Days to Die was. This could hold some weight if this location was added after H1Z1 was released. H1Z1 was a zombie game at release after all, but after scrubbing every resource I could find, I'm just not sure. There are records and logs of every noteworthy location in Navezgane, but those that I could find that listed this location didn't list when it was added, or if it's been in the game since day one. I don't think the game released with this location, but I just don't know. I don't remember. I'll mention once again here, if you have any way of knowing when this location was added to the game, let me know in the comments. Knowing that could inform a lot. The only thing I found that was of any use in this endeavor was an old Reddit thread in which someone was asking how to find the location. This was from 2 years ago at the time I'm recording this, so maybe this location was added later, and it could be a reference to H1Z1 or some other zombie-related game or media, but I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. There are 2 other possible references that could be made here with ZH1, but I'll admit right off the bat before I get to them, I do also find these unlikely. Okay, in 2015, the monster truck Zombie Hunter debuted in Miami with ZH1X13 painted on its side. Maybe somebody at Fun Pimps is a monster truck fan? Okay, there's also a paintball event group thing in Kansas, the Kansas Zombie Hunters, apparently formed by Zombie Hunter 1, or ZH1, when this person first caught wind of the zombie apocalypse. It seems like a lot of fun, but again, unless somebody at Fun Pimps is a big fan of paintball, specifically in Kansas, this probably has nothing to do with our question. I understand that was pretty silly, especially considering the tone of this investigation, but those are genuinely some of the only other leads I've got as far as external references. So, where does that leave us then? Well, with a lot of questions, mostly. Were the people in this facility attempting to find a cure to the zombie virus? By the way, I am fairly certain it is in fact some sort of virus that causes people to become zombies in this universe. If you want to find out why I'm so sure, you can go ahead and check out my Untold Story of 7 Days to Die video. But I digress. Did these people create the virus? Is ZH1 the first or final contagion that caused the outbreak? Were they simply trying to learn more about it? I have my thoughts, but they're mostly conjecture at this point, based on what we can see in this cave. Personally, I believe they were searching for some sort of cure or remedy for the virus. It's entirely possible the virus did originate here, but here's why I think it didn't. This facility is haphazard at best. Yes, clearly a lot of resources were pulled into this, but it's built under a mansion in a cave. Unless the organizer of this ordeal had a strange villain-like taste in aesthetics, I find it unlikely such an endeavor would have looked like this pre-zombie virus. I find it much more likely that a facility like this was hastily built toward the beginning of the zombie outbreak, before the bombs fell, before all of Navezgane was torn asunder by the apocalypse, just not before it was too late. A wealthy individual learned of what was happening, spent a fortune turning their underground bunker project into a research facility under their mountain home, and was in the midst of finding a cure, or at least isolating the cause of the zombieism, when all hell broke loose. The floodgates opened, and those working in this facility were themselves overcome by the virus as hordes broke through their defenses, leaving holes in walls and a trail of damage that we follow to this very facility. I think that's what ZH1 is for, or at least was for. Regardless of what I think happened here, I don't think we're capable of continuing this work, so it's probably time we escape this mess and venture back out into Navezgane. Perhaps out there we'll find some answers. Until then, thank you for watching. In the northeast reaches of Navezgane, where lavish forest meets unforgiving snow, the bustle of city life begins to fade behind you. Frequent and dramatic hills pepper the landscape, and all there is to find is the occasional rundown house. Today, we're going to explore one of those houses in particular. Despite its absolutely stunning curb appeal, within its walls, strange and disturbing happenings once took place, or perhaps are still taking place. Welcome to episode 2 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Today, we find our house in question down a long stretch of horrendously litter-filled road. Maple Road, to be exact. From outside, we can already see this house has been through a lot. Given the number of holes scattered about its walls and roof, it seems more than just weather has done some damage. Since it's been left open anyway, we'll enter through the garage. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here. The car's clearly been stripped for parts. Whatever work was done with this workbench is long gone. So we'll enter the house proper. Now, this is a sight to behold. I mean, come on, who just leaves trash lying around like that? I mean, how lazy you gotta be? There's a trash can right there. Otherwise, this place has been torn asunder. Gaping holes in the walls, a terrifyingly messy refrigerator, and the second floor has all but collapsed into what was once probably a lovely living room. The windows are all boarded up tight with whatever materials were available. Somebody probably held out in here for a while. All things considered, the damage to this place looks much worse than a house left to its own devices for some time. It's quite likely whoever boarded up those windows didn't run an airtight ship and found themselves overwhelmed by the horde. Let's head upstairs and get a closer look at this damage. From up here, it looks quite possible the collapse we observed downstairs actually occurred whilst people were still holding out here. There's most of a door and a mound of boxes and crates cordoning off this section of the house from the rest. Peering through what remains of this door, we can see what was most likely the downfall of those that dwelled here. Where parts of the second floor collapsed, an accidental ramp was erected, one which led directly to a balcony outside. Stepping off of that balcony where old charred meat can still be found on the grill, though perilous, a fearless undead creature would have no problem walking across the soffit here and banging its head against the exterior wall, until a hole granted them entry into the cordoned off area of the house, forcing the still living to retreat. Following that hypothetical path, we find ourselves in potentially the last bastion for any survivors here. A bedroom. The clothes on the floor, mostly intact mattress, and weapons and ammunition stowed away, out of reach of any zombies that wouldn't know of their importance anyway. These all point to this not only being a safe spot, but one that was abandoned in a hurry. Either way, there's more to see here. In the closet of this bedroom, we'll find a ladder leading up. Let's climb it and see what there is to see. Up here, we'll find something possibly more scary than the zombie hiding in the rafters above. Some sort of ritual? Some sort of altar and a long-gone sacrifice? It's hard to say exactly what's going on here, but let's try and figure it out. What was the purpose of this altar? Who or what exactly was being worshipped here? What's with the old dirty mirror? What exactly have we just stumbled upon? Well, let's start with what I'm assuming is the sacrifice. What was being sacrificed here? My first thought was some sort of large animal, perhaps a cow or some other common farm animal. Well, I'm no farmer, but that seems a bit small for a cow. A deer, maybe. Again, I'm no expert, and we don't have a lot to go off of, but those look like ribs, and perhaps the right size for a small deer, which we do know still inhabit the forests of Navezgane. Otherwise, it could be a large human, but we simply don't have enough here to confirm or deny that. Most of what's here is mush. The most we have to work off here is the ribs, but going off of that, after looking into the number of ribs various animals, including humans, have, I just can't find anything that matches this. We're definitely missing more than a few, so identifying this with any certainty seems impossible. It's also worth mentioning this item, this texture, can be found all over the place. Like, they literally litter the streets, so maybe this isn't at all special, but that also means this was probably a human sacrifice, or maybe a zombie sacrifice? Now, what about the two small totems, or spires, set behind the altar? It looks to me that they're actually a form of grave marker one can find in various graveyards and cemeteries in Navezgane. That could be significant. It's possible whatever being worshipped here has something to do with death. A likely point of spirituality in a zombie apocalypse. Or simply all a survivor could get their hands on in such difficult circumstances. We then have the candles, which frankly hold so much religious and spiritual significance in so many forms of worship. I'm not even going to get into them. It is worth pointing out, however, they are still lit. Then perhaps the most peculiar thing, a tall mirror facing the altar. It's old and dirty now, but this would show a worshipper's reflection directly to them as they performed whatever ritual they had in mind. This is a strange one. I know you can't actually see anything reflecting off of it, but just to be sure, I gave it a good smack with an axe, and yes, you do get broken glass from it, so I'm moving forward assuming it is in fact a mirror. I'm not sure exactly why, but for some reason this strikes me as so odd, so unique. The way it's so centered, its prominence in this occultic scene, I get the feeling the mirror has a lot to do with the meaning behind all of this. And I don't mean the meaning of everything or anything, but more so I think it's one of our biggest clues as to what exactly was being done here, or even why. In many ancient cultures, reflections were thought to have some sort of cleansing properties, able to remove evil spirits from a person and transfer them to the reflected self, the other, or be helpful in mindfulness and meditation. When searching for mirror and ritual, a lot comes up. There are also a lot of creepypastas based off of this, but those are hopefully unrelated. All in all, there are some loose connections to ancient rituals in Israel, possible connections to ancient Mayan beliefs, referring to mirrors as portals of sorts, some loose connections to practices in ancient Greece, and, well, hold on, possibly the Aztecs. I spent way too long filtering through scholarly articles for that. Also, my search history might have put me on a few lists. But anyway, in Navezgane, particularly in the desert biomes, but sometimes elsewhere, we can find Apache artifacts. Well, loot chests, but we'll call them artifacts for now. We can also find an Apache burial ground in the desert. Here, a large spire-like stone surrounded by a neat ring of boulders marks the graves of, well, presumably Apaches. Under the center, an Apache artifact. My point is, the possible tie to ancient Aztec rituals got me thinking, what about Apache rituals? Between the chests, this burial site, and various other instances in the game, the Apache tribe is a noteworthy part of Navezgane. After spending a disproportionate amount of time looking into this, here's what I have to report. Unsurprisingly, records of ancient Apache rituals are not entirely complete. I'm not trying to keep a theme of, well, I looked into it and I don't know here. There was one interesting thing I found, though not entirely common. From what I've read, it does seem that it's possible self-sacrifices were sometimes performed during certain Apache rituals, like annual rituals, rituals pertaining to an entire year's success, rituals that were a big deal. Perhaps something like this occurred here. An Apache descendant survived the initial outbreak, bunkered down in what was either their home or one they found shelter in, saw that their time was coming soon, and decided to take matters into their own hands. Boy, that got dark. The only problem with this theory being, this doesn't really look like an ancient Apache ritual setup. If we were to rule that out, however, we're not left with much. Maybe this is some sort of strange, sacrificial, ritualistic scrying magic? A dark reflection spell? The work of a really edgy, witchy e-girl? The only other noteworthy piece to this puzzle, then, is the red carpet the entire ritual is set up upon. Unsurprisingly, however, there doesn't seem to be much to this other than it adding to the creepy aesthetic of the entire affair. Though we don't have anything too conclusive, whatever happened here, frankly, I don't want a chance getting involved with it. So I suggest we make our way back down, avoid any feral inhabitants left in this place, and head back out into the wasteland that is Navezgane. I have a feeling that somewhere out there we'll find secrets even darker than this. Until then, thank you for watching. In the southwestern desert of Navezgane, many dangers await bold scavengers and the long dead alike. Aside from the scorching heat, there's aggressive wildlife, equally aggressive plant life, ruins on the brink of collapse, and mine-ridden, zombie-infested, restricted-access military installations. Welcome to episode 3 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Today, our search for the lesser known brings us to the Red Mesa Military Fortress. Well, fortress is a bit of a strong word, but in terms of what's left of Navezgane, not too far from the truth. Upon entering this restricted zone, a couple of observations can immediately be made. Firstly, we'll get this one out of the way, Red Mesa is a pretty direct reference to the Black Mesa research facility of the Half-Life universe. But second, unlike many of the locations we'll explore, this place has held up relatively well considering current circumstances. The sturdy walls have held up, the checkpoint is still together, even the American flag is, well, weathered, but intact. So why, then, does it seem nobody's home? If there were any place you'd expect to find survivors in an apocalypse of any kind, really, a military installation would be high on the list. Well, there's nobody here to check our ID, so let's make our way across the bridge so as to avoid the rows of still intact landmines, and take a stab at figuring out what's happened here. Once inside, we have a few options to choose from when selecting an entrance to the facility proper. In the interest of time, I'll speed things along here just a little bit. Immediately before us, we have what appears to be a ramp to allow vehicle access to whatever lies below. Here we'll find our first signs of serious damage to the area, though it doesn't look like something that would allow the undead to flood into the compound. Following the ramp to its end, we can find a rusted iron door with most of a zombie lying defeated just beyond it. This door has direct line of sight on the hole in the wall, so being in a military installation, it might be safe to assume that we're looking at damage not done by zombies, but by very well-armed people fighting with explosives on the retreat. It's worth mentioning, however, there's only one corpse here. If there were an epic struggle for survival accompanied by a barrage of bullets and a series of explosions, we'd expect to see more. The structure circumvented by the ramp appears to be a simple entrance to the facility below. An elevator and some stairs are most of what there is to see here. The other most apparent structure appears to serve two functions. Firstly, given the electric relays, satellite dish, and equipment inside, this was most likely a center for communications. However, nestled into the center of this structure is a very healthy cache of weapons and ammunitions, though we can't say for sure. This doesn't seem like a whole lot for the size of this installation, so it's quite possible most of the ammunition was used by the personnel left alive here before their inevitable end. Before we delve into the facility proper any further, however, there is one more hard-to-miss feature of this place that should be mentioned. Two protrusions jutting out from the facility below, marked very warningly in red. Looking down one, it seems to be sealed off. The other, however, is left gaping open still. Notably, this is the only obvious point of entry for zombies to make their way into the facility, but most zombies' legs aren't quite sturdy enough to carry them past the fall. I have a feeling we know what this once housed, but I think it's time we entered the facility. Entering through the central structure, we find what appears to be the garage. A couple of military trucks, a couple of zombies, and possibly a light trail of the defeated undead decorate the area. Once we make it beyond the parking, however, the immensity of this underground fortress begins to take hold. Within this fortress, starting on level -1, we can find what appears to be a checkpoint or office, a storage room, and access to what are now very clear to us as missile silos. It appears one missile is still here, the other, however, we'll have to come back to that. On level -2, this dead place begins to show signs of life. A mess hall and a kitchen, bathrooms, a small lounging area, more storage, and a control room of some kind, very likely for our missiles. Continuing down, we'll find the bottom of this installation, level -3, where the immensity of the one remaining missile is most apparent and terrifying. Down here we'll also find more storage, a room for exercise, a room for laundry, a shower room conveniently placed near the gym, and 2 barracks, each capable of housing 14 staff, soldiers, or whoever once dwelt here among the living. So with the full scope of this installation in mind, what can we gather? First, let's try and figure out what happened to the people here. When it comes to the places we'll visit in this series, this is actually quite a unique one in that I don't see any obvious ways this place would have been overrun by the Horde. The checkpoint and the bridge at the front are intact, the trench surrounding the base is still full of very active landmines, the walls have held up, there are no obvious breaches in the security of our facility here. except for the open silo. It is possible that some particularly tough zombies managed to jump, or let's be honest, more likely fall down through the open silo and slowly bash themselves into the concrete wall, forming this hole and eventually this tunnel, giving them direct access to the innermost areas of this base. The bedrooms, the showers, the lounging areas, or even the small gym, anywhere people would be the least on their guard. However, there is one detail here that makes me doubt that slightly. This light. If zombies truly did slowly tunnel their way to victory, why is this here? If the horde flooded in, why or how would anyone manage to set this up? The placement of this fixture leads me to believe this wasn't actually a zombie-dug tunnel, but a man-made one. For what purpose those in this facility would dig such a tunnel is unclear, so perhaps this is a detail we can hand-wave. But it is pretty cool to imagine some scenario where they were ordered to launch one of their missiles, but it turned out there was a problem, something wasn't working. With launch protocols initiated, the doors leading into the silos were already sealed shut and couldn't be unsealed, so the dutiful soldiers did what they could. They broke a wall down and tunneled to the missile to fix it. But that story requires us to make a lot of, frankly, silly assumptions, so with Occam's razor, we'll probably have to shave that off of our list. It's much more likely, then, that zombies did in fact fall and tunnel their way into the facilities. Then, as per usual, through a path of open doors and busted walls, we can see their trail of destruction. One more detail here, though. Access to the next level up is currently sealed off. Perhaps some managed to escape. We can hope. Now, with the fate of this base's occupants better understood, that only leaves one more mystery to investigate. Possibly one of the most important mysteries to find in all of Navezgane. The missile. Where is it? What is it? Was it launched? If so, where did it land? And why was it launched in the first place? When was it launched? What happened? Let's start from the most obvious. Was the missile launched? While we can't be entirely certain, it's very likely that it was. Other possibilities would involve it being scrapped or never there in the first place, but once again, the fewer assumptions the better. As I've mentioned in a previous video, spread throughout Navezgane, one can find shreds of newspapers, most likely the most recent editions, and the last ones. Due to their resolution, they're mostly illegible, but one of said newspapers very clearly starts with nuclear something. We can't gather much more than that, but just below that headline is what to me very clearly seems to be a photo of a mushroom cloud. So that most likely answers our first few questions. The missing missile in question was most likely in fact a nuclear device and was almost certainly used as intended, well, mostly. I have a feeling zombie apocalypse wasn't exactly in any of the manuals contained within the Red Mesa installation, but hey, I didn't work there, what do I know? Regardless, this newspaper is actually also a bit of a clue as to our timeline here. If there was a nuclear detonation and newspapers had enough time to print and distribute the story, it's quite likely the blast actually occurred before the zombie apocalypse came into full swing. This informs the why of the launch. Or possibly, sort of. Probably. I'm sorry, this is a lot of conjecture, but bear with me. I'm actually going to slightly contradict some conjecture I made in an older video here. The same video I mentioned before, and the very one that probably brought a lot of you here, one way or another. Originally, I considered it most likely that nuclear detonations occurred within Navezgane and were self-inflicted wounds made in an attempt to quell the zombie outbreak. This idea is evidenced by radiation-infested zombies, entirely decimated and burnt landscapes, and the radiation that locks us within Navezgane. But I think it wasn't quite that simple now. Many have mentioned to me in comments on that previous video that 7 Days to Die takes place in not just a zombie apocalypse, but a post-World War III setting. There isn't any in-game evidence to support this as far as I'm aware, but an old description of the game and original teasers and trailers did describe it as such. However, there isn't any clear ground zero of a nuclear blast within Navezgane, at least not as far as I've seen. There are sites where it's possible an air detonation occurred, but that would probably be the least effective means of wiping out a county of zombies. There's plenty of evidence of explosives, incendiaries, destruction only full military might could cause, but no direct evidence of a nuclear detonation within the playable game map. With that in mind, I think what actually happened here was the following. As a new zombie flu or virus sweeps across the globe, tensions due to national lockdowns and economic downturn run high. As entire nations point fingers, blaming each other for the species-threatening pandemic, a breaking point is reached and military action is taken. After enough had died and the zombie virus began to grip entire regions, drastic measures were taken. Someone in power somewhere decided to push the button. A nuclear warhead-carrying device was launched for one reason or another, and the world powers reacted. In a moment of desperation, simply following orders, the staff of the Red Mesa military installation launched one of their possibly nuclear ICBMs. Not into Navezgane, but toward a foreign land. For whatever reason, the other was never launched. Soon after, with global destruction crippling all major powers, the zombie virus, empowered by nuclear radiation, began to wipe out those who could not defend themselves. The remaining staff of the Red Mesa facility held their post until the bitter end, until through the open blast door, zombies pooled in and smashed their way through, taking those that couldn't escape and sending the rest to their doom elsewhere. Regardless of what happened here, there is still a very large missile housed within this fallen fortress, and I don't want to be around to find out what it's capable of. So until next time, thank you for watching. Tucked neatly into the rolling hills and peppered forests of Navezgane, a strange yet oddly appealing sign might catch a wanderer's eye. Shamway Foods, the #1 maker of meat-like products. Just beyond the sign, a mostly empty parking lot, and an old grocery store with quite the story. Welcome to episode 4 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Today, we're going to explore together the Shamway Foods grocery store and pharmacy, located conveniently in the northern reaches of the forested region of Navezgane. As per usual, we'll start with the most obvious initial observations. The cart attendant here has a lot of work to catch up on. I mean, this parking lot looks absolutely terrible. Otherwise, despite still advertising an amazing store-wide sale, the front entrances are still pretty considerably closed off. It looks like in order to make our way in, we're gonna have to enter through the receiving area to our right. Let's get a better look at this place. Stepping through the loading area, there doesn't appear to be anything strange immediately inside. This certainly does look like an area where the store receives shipments of goods. The utility area immediately to our left is a little creepy, perhaps, but there's actually one interesting Easter egg I'm willing to bet most people won't have seen before. Upon this blood-splattered work safety board to the right of the utility room, we can see this facility has gone 7 days without an accident. Nice. It's probably actually been a lot longer by now, considering everyone that once worked here is now dead or undead, but I think we can give them a pass on this one. You know, on account of the everyone being dead thing. Heading deeper into the store down this hallway, we can find another sealed off area, the bathrooms, and oh my, this place has taken quite the hit. This immediately begs the question, what the hell happened here? And I know that's kind of the question we ask in every episode of this series, but we'll come back to this. This one's pretty neat, actually. Just to cover our bases, we'll go over the rest of the back of the building before diving into this. Down that aforementioned sealed-off hall, we can find, just beyond quite a mess, the freezer. What once housed frozen goods is now a beautiful cache of supplies for any lucky looter that finds their way here. But how exactly did all these supplies get here? Well, it seems to best answer our question, all we have to do is look up. For just above us, hiding in the ceiling tiles, is a rather unfortunate soul, another casualty of the apocalypse. It looks to me this big guy was able to pool together an impressive array of supplies before hiding himself in the freezer, probably hoping to wait out whatever was happening around him and stay alive until help could arrive. Unfortunately for him, however, the power stayed on, and a big cozy blanket wasn't among the supplies he'd gathered. He froze to death and now waits in his icy tomb for any scavengers to fall for his rather unintentional trap. This story does sort of beg some questions about how the zombieism works and manifests itself in the 7 Days to Die universe. In some depictions of zombies, getting bit infects you and slowly kills you, eventually turning you into a zombie yourself. In others, it's a virus or a flu that overtakes anyone that finds it in their lungs, either in death or in life. If the story I told about this icy fellow here is true though, we seem to have a bit of a Walking Dead scenario wherein just about everyone has the zombieism lying dormant within them until they die, only to rise again to attack the living. Once again, that is all assuming though that this person successfully hid themselves and escaped from the horde only to freeze to death in here. The door to the freezer was open when we got here, so perhaps this question of how will have to remain unanswered for now. Just beyond this hall we'll find the pharmacy, which, despite being closed off, has mostly been ransacked. There are no obvious breaches into this area other than this hole, but there's something different about this breach. Most of the holes and walls we find in our interesting locations are either low to the ground, easily accessible by zombies, or have some clear path where, through luck, most zombies would find their way to it. And most of those holes are quite irregular, erratic, clearly bashed away by zombies whose heads don't mind bashing. But again, this one is different. Only a small chunk has been taken out of this wall, and the rest was already open. It's at least 7 feet up, and just at the top of the shelving unit. Did living people somehow do this? Did looters manage to climb this shelf and bust into the pharmacy in hopes of defending themselves against the virus? I think it's possible. We can see zombies jump quite high, in fact, but I don't think they're quite smart enough to jump onto the shelf and tactically break into the pharmacy, unless they could hear people sheltering inside. Either way, there isn't much left here. It's clearly been looted, ransacked for everything it's worth. Toward the front of the store we can find a coffee shop, a bakery, and a deli, each tied together by a small freezer and kitchen. At the other end of the front of the store, an employee's lounge, complete with a couch, kitchenette, and those who didn't know where else to hide. Just beyond the employee's lounge though, the last interesting spot in this store before we get to the meat of what we're here for. The office. First, and possibly most important, a floating double-corner TV setup? Nice. Second though, this may be a bit of a stretch, but the positioning of this gun safe is very odd. It's very clearly been pulled out, moved from wherever it usually lived. This leads me to believe the owner of whatever is stored inside it wasn't the one that tried to empty it. Looters or panicked, desperate people more likely found it while escaping the horde and did what they could to open it, unsuccessfully. Speaking of looters, boy do we have a good view of them from up here. Well, maybe not the looters themselves, but certainly their handiwork. All that's left in here are the dregs, things that not even people desperate to survive would bother taking. Rotten produce, scraps of dirty cloth, sport drink, ugh. Essentially, anything of any reasonable use in a zombie apocalypse is gone. Long gone. With that being said, there's only one thing left to discuss, and boy are we gonna discuss it. What the hell caused this massive crater in the center of the store? Well, there are a few possibilities, but one of them is actually easier to rule out than you'd expect. My first thought was, well, a lot of Navezgane has been bombed to all hell. Perhaps a stray shell of some kind found its way here. Possible, but unlikely, as it seems quite clear our culprit lies right at the center of the crater. This rock. Standing where it's landed, it's just about at the center of the damage caused to the building. An aerial view only further confirms it. This was no mortar or missile. This was a meteorite. And an impressive little meteorite it is. Most meteors about the size of a car burn up in the atmosphere entirely, never to even touch the Earth's surface. Given this is a chunk of iron, we can actually estimate about how much damage it would have done and confirm or deny whether or not it was in fact a meteorite that happened to impact this store. Now, this is a solid chunk of iron. We know this as we can mine it for, you guessed it, iron. Knowing this, we can get a little science-y, and feel free to debate my math here. It's not my strong suit, and my measurements are extremely imprecise given the limitations of the game. But I'm gonna ballpark this as, let's say, between 2 and 3 cubic feet of iron. In terms of the size of meteors, this is a negligible difference. If we do assume that volume, we're looking at about, 1,200 pounds of iron here. Which actually says a lot about how goddamn strong our characters are when hauling so much iron around, or about how inefficiently they mine it. Anyway, the closest thing I could find to a recorded impact of about this size was the, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation here, Chelyabinsk meteor, which entered Earth's atmosphere over Russia and was captured by all kinds of cameras in 2013. The meteor itself was actually quite a bit larger, but a fragment of it weighing about 1,400 pounds was actually captured, landing in a body of water in this security camera video. That was really underwhelming. But the impact of the meteorite you could kind of see in that video was documented, and a hole about 20 feet in diameter was smashed through the snow and ice on that lake. My point here is twofold. Firstly, the damage done to this grocery store actually lines up fairly well with what we'd expect to see from a meteorite about that size impacting it from above. My second point, though, is that the Chelyabinsk meteor was actually much larger as it entered Earth's atmosphere and split into many, many pieces as it did so. What if, and this is a big if, but what if what we're looking at here is actually the origin of, or perhaps a large part of, all of the surface level iron deposits we see scattered seemingly randomly throughout Navezgane? I suppose we'd expect to see a nice big crater around all of those fragments as well, but hey, it's fun to think about. Either way, given the breach in the roof above, the size of this hunk of iron, and the damage radius, as well as the fact that many meteorites are mostly comprised of iron-nickel alloys, I think we can safely assume this was in fact a meteorite that struck the grocery store. The only other question then is, when? Was it before the apocalypse, during the initial panic and spread, or after? Well, I think we can pretty safely assume it wasn't before. There are plenty of zombies here, most of them in spots you'd expect people to hide, and I don't think we'd find them here if this place had been hit with a meteorite sometime shortly before the world exploded. Given the number of scorched zombies we can find within the impact zone, the nature of those zombies raising even more questions, I think we can actually assume it was later in the apocalypse? I have seen some threads in various forums and even some comments on my videos insinuating this meteorite might have carried the zombie virus itself into Navezgane, but there simply isn't nearly enough evidence to entertain that idea. In fact, as I've talked about in previous videos, there's much more evidence to the contrary. It is a neat idea, and the idea of some novel virus or bacteria or whatever the zombie-causing agent is technically possible, but given the temperatures meteorites reach while screaming through Earth's atmosphere, it's extremely unlikely anything could survive, including a super cool zombie space virus. Given that, I think what happened here was the following. With the zombie apocalypse beginning to enter full swing, people quickly ransacked and looted their local grocery store/pharmacy for everything they could find. Eventually, being a fairly public place, people began to congregate here, hide here, perhaps even become trapped here by the zombie horde outside, just barely kept at bay by the iron shutters that closed the place off. Later, once everyone inside the store had been lost, a meteorite found its way into Earth's field of gravity, into our atmosphere, and eventually into the foundation of this store. Within its immediate impact zone, those zombies that were not instantly obliterated were scorched by its immense heat and transformed into whatever these things are. Similarly to how zombies found in the densely bombed and burned areas of Navezgane were turned fiery. And now, our little Navezgane meteorite lies dormant. No excited scientists to examine it, no poor general manager of the store to figure out how to handle it, just the company of those who didn't make it. Until next time, thanks for watching. In the heart of the Navezgane National Forest, just beyond lakefront properties and worn-down barns, a large split homestead can be found proudly displaying two businesses, Bob's Boars and Carl's Corn. What isn't so proudly displayed, though, is worthy of an entire video. Welcome to episode 5 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. I'm actually particularly excited about this one, as I've had multiple requests for it, and I feel as though most players who have spent at least a few hours in Navezgane will be somewhat familiar with this location. So let's see what we can find when we dive just a little deeper. Starting at the front, we can find what probably used to be a lovely entryway, but with nobody to care for the apparently rather fragile trees, the lawn, and the massive hole in the roof, this place has come to ruin. Now, before we head inside, there are actually a couple of details outside to check out in the backyard. Apart from the usual erosion and decay, we can see the back is quite neatly split down the middle. On the left, from this perspective, we have corn, presumably Carl's, and on the right, we have, well, something a little more interesting. A large red cage decorated with grand purple lettering. Grace. This entire side of the yard is fenced in, and a trough and ample hay for feeding are available to whatever prized boar probably lived in its own area here. Perhaps this one was more of a pet than a commodity to Bob. There are also 2 entrances to separate basements back here, but we'll get to those in time. With the stage set then, let's head inside. Usually I would start from an obvious point of entry and work my way up or down, making the occasional snide comment while describing and dissecting what we see, but this lovely manor is actually a little unique in that it's split right down the middle into 2 completely separate spaces. So, for reasons we'll get to later, we'll start by exploring the left, then move on to the right side. Besides, the door on the left is practically already open for us, so let's head in. At first, when we enter, other than the hideous wallpaper we've seen one too many times, there's not a lot going on in here. Until we take a look into the first room on the left, and the room next to that, and the room next to that. This entire floor looks like it's been entirely stripped of any real furniture or amenities and is dedicated to housing boars, albeit poorly. Where things get really strange, though, is the kitchen, and I'm not just talking about the travesty that is the use of this space. Yeah, I'm talking about the remains everywhere. There are 4 piles of remains in this kitchen, one of which sloppily just slapped on top of this poor stove. In a previous installment of this series, we actually attempted to dissect exactly what this texture is supposed to be. I'll cut to the chase and just tell you, we can't really be sure. However, as one comment pointed out in said video, there does appear to be a pig snout in the midst of the gore. With that in mind, while I'd love to go on about how Bob might have become a cannibal to survive the apocalypse, it seems much more likely to me he simply was forced to resort to slaughtering his boars in order to keep himself fed once the shit hit the fan. And that does seem quite likely. Reasonable, even, until we make our way down to the basement of this side of the house. Now we have a lot more room for speculation. 10 piles of remains litter an entire corner of this basement. There are also a couple more caged boars and some unfinished laundry down here. Actually, how the hell have these boars survived? Always more questions. Okay, quick tangent. From what I found, a well-fed pig can survive a couple of weeks at most without food, much less without water, so either the timeline of this apocalypse that we've been working with is way off, or someone's recently been keeping these boars fed and watered. Anyway, back to the piles of remains. Why so many, and why are they just littering the floor of this area? Again, I'd love to go on about Bob having a psychotic breakdown and murdering people or slaughtering and eating zombies or something, but this conveyor belt and this rendition of a machine tell a different kind of story. It looks to me this machine was meant to grind things down, to process, given the extremely varied diets of boars and that Bob was probably mostly feeding them hay, given how much of it we can find in this place. He wouldn't need anything like this to process food for them, so it's much more likely this was built pre-apocalypse to process the boars. So all that probably happened here was Bob doing what Bob could. He slaughtered and processed his boars in the basement, brought them upstairs to the kitchen, and kept himself fed, holding out as long as he could. So a male boar can weigh, on average, almost 200 pounds. A female, not too much less. I actually very loosely did the math on how much meat one could harvest from this many boars and how long one could survive on it. And to make a long story short for you, you wouldn't be very healthy, but you could survive quite a while if the meat was stored properly. Which it probably wasn't, given the conditions Bob was faced with, which is probably why he had to slaughter so many of his boars. With that mystery solved, let's head back upstairs and make our way up the rest of this side of the house. The second floor looks like where Bob actually lived, at least during his time alive in the apocalypse. Up here we have a bathroom, some sort of work/storage room, and a very messy, very broken down bedroom. There's one more room on this level that seems to be entirely dedicated to Grace. It contains a cage with a busted window and a door that's been broken down from the inside. From outside the bedroom, though, we can start to get an idea of what might have happened to good old Bob. The bedroom door is shut and boarded up, along with the door next to it, which leads to the stairs to the third floor. At some point, Bob had to seal himself in here. What happened to him after this is actually quite hard to say. There's no obvious signs of him being killed, and there are plenty of ways he could have escaped if need be. Immediately next to the bedroom is a large hole in the exterior of the wall, with no clear way zombies could have made their way here to create it. Upstairs on the third floor, where unsurprisingly more boards can be found in cages, but are surprisingly still alive, there's actually a pretty clear path for a far more dexterous than a zombie human to make their way to the window at the end of the floor and escape the building, leaving clueless zombies behind. So perhaps Bob of Bob's Boars actually made it out of here alive. Perhaps he survived for a while on his stock, eventually having to fall back into the safety of his bedroom. From there are really only two outcomes. Either he escaped via one of the aforementioned means, or he's now one of the zombie occupants of this house. There's not much more to say about Bob's side of the house for now, so let's move over to Carl's corn. On Carl's side of the house, we see a similar layout to Bob's, the biggest difference being perhaps the much more practical kitchen. The first floor of Carl's side of the house boasts a workroom with chemical and medical supplies, and a glass enclosure containing a single stalk of corn. But this is no ordinary corn. This is a living specimen of supercorn. What exactly supercorn is and how Carl created it isn't yet entirely clear to us, but based on the rudimentary lab equipment, we can surmise that simply breeding for the best crop wasn't all it took to create it, but perhaps more on that later. On the second floor of Carl's side of the house, all we'll find is ostensibly Carl's bedroom and bathroom, and further access to that single well-protected stalk of supercorn. This access point, however, is a little peculiar. Clearly, there used to be two rooms here, but one of the walls has been haphazardly knocked down to make way for a series of ramshackle pipes sprawling from a control console to the vat containing the supercorn. Based on the state of the entire house, one could almost assume both Bob and Carl were living in strange and almost manic conditions even pre-apocalypse. But given that some decor still lingers on the walls of what once was probably the master bedroom up here, I think this specific installation was constructed post-apocalypse. Why, then, might Carl continue breeding his supercrop in the midst of a zombie nightmare? It's possible that if he and Bob shared the fruits of their labor, they could have sustained themselves nutritionally for some time, but it doesn't make a lot of sense for Carl to redouble his efforts on this project with the world collapsing around him. Surely constructing this lab and spending so much time and energy on one mildly superior to regular corn crop wasn't the best use of Carl's time. I have an idea, but we'll get back to it. Let's take a look at the top floor for now. Up here, we'll find something unsurprising. A haphazard farm of sorts. Though the crops are all but withered away, it appears Carl was attempting to bolster his supply of food by growing regular corn up here. Perhaps even creating this hole in the roof himself to allow sunlight and the occasional rain in. What's a little unexpected, however, is the amount of cement mix stored up here. This isn't all either. The next room is filled with nothing but cement mix, so what was all of this for? To answer that question, let's head back down to the final spot in this house we haven't yet explored, which I'm sure those of you familiar with this location have been eagerly waiting for me to get to. Carl's basement. Down here, we'll find a few things of interest. An artificial greenhouse built and sustained underground, even more stacks of cement mix, and a mysterious vault door. We can also find that the basement access from the backyard has been completely collapsed. So, what's going on with this greenhouse, this green room? why go to even more lengthy efforts to breed a crop only slightly better than normal corn? Well, interestingly enough, supercorn was actually nerfed not too long ago. While it's only very mildly better and more useful than regular corn is now, it used to be a superfood of sorts in-game. One could reasonably sustain themselves on supercorn alone with a good harvest before, so if we use that as canon now, I actually have an interesting theory. Perhaps it was just coincidence, or just my game stage, something else in the game, but while exploring this house, I happened to find several military uniform zombies, specifically on Carl's side of the house. What if the US military actually caught wind of Carl's project and decided to get involved? In a world where supply lines have been thinned to near nothing, it's not unreasonable that in their efforts to survive and protect who they could, hopefully, local military units might prioritize not only protecting but aiding somebody who is producing such a valuable resource. It's actually equally likely in such a scenario that these were the remnants of a nearly wiped out unit, perhaps survivors from Red Mesa, and when they found this house and decided to take shelter, they stumbled upon Carl and his corn and decided to stay a while, protection for food. Since we can't know for sure, let's take a look at that eerie vault door and see what's on the other side. Well, I don't think we're going to be able to chalk this one up to bores. Okay, first off, is this where all of that cement was going? To build this? More importantly though, what the hell is this? Well, it looks fairly similar to Bob's boar grinding machine, but these are human corpses piled on the assembly. All manner of states of remains can be found here, all waiting to be ground up? For what? Well, here's where it gets disturbing, because I think we found Carl's secret to his super corn. This large vessel at the end of the line, ostensibly where the product of the machine's labor might be dumped out, it appears to just be filled with dirt, but I don't think this is just dirt. I think this is a sort of human compost. I think the secret ingredient that makes Carl's corn so special may be human remains. Even more disturbing is the question begged once we figured this out. How long has he been doing this? Was Carl selling human corn pre-apocalypse? This is quite the machine to have built after the world fell apart, but I suppose it's possible. The corpses on the machine line aren't the only ones here, though. There's a large hole in the wall, a tunnel that leads down, and a short path of corpses can be followed through it. At the end, a simple room? Well, anyone who's explored this area knows all too well, this is a trap. Well, perhaps a trap. Carl's original intent wasn't a trap specifically, but the thin layer of lumber here isn't enough to support the weight of a person, so when you step into it... Hello. Now this is quite the sight, and half the reason we're here. What appears to be a giant irradiated boar stands ready in her den, surrounded by over a dozen corpses unceremoniously strewn about the cave. But seriously, what the hell is this thing? Why is it down here? How has it been trapped down here? Was Bob up to his own wicked schemes? If so, why would this cave be connected to Carl's basement? Unfortunately, many of these questions we simply don't have answers to. If we follow another tunnel in this small network, we'll find a stash of supplies, a couple of bedrolls, and, unsurprisingly, a couple more corpses. Perhaps a couple of survivors that picked a very unfortunate spot to hide out. At the very end of this tunnel, a ladder leading up, and what do we find at the top? Grace's cage. There's a lot to unpack here, and as usual, not a lot to go off of, so here's my best guess. As the world around them began to crumble underneath the weight of the zombie horde, Bob and Carl, owners of Bob's Boars and Carl's Corn, hunkered down in their shared estate. Carl redoubled his efforts to grow a superfood, a single crop that could nourish someone on its own for a significant length of time, while he and Bob survived on Bob's boars. But there was one prized boar Bob refused to slaughter: Grace. In order to protect her, Bob built her an enclosure inside. Eventually, remnants of the nearby military base or fortification made their way here as well, seeking shelter. This is when this former business estate became one of the most dangerous locations in Navezgane for wandering, desperate survivors. With the aid of the military personnel, Bob and Carl lured people into their home, promising shelter, but as those people slept, they were murdered, their corpses brought down to Carl's basement, and ground up to be used as fertilizer for Carl's Project Supercorn. As the first batches of supercorn became ready and were eaten by the occupants of this house, Bob of course shared some of his with his favorite boar. Eventually, doing this gave her a taste for human flesh. How she got to be as big as she is now, how she became an irradiated hulk of a boar, is fairly unclear, but what is clear is that she became too dangerous to keep in the house any longer. So Bob decided to keep her down below the house in a natural cave. Tunnels were dug so that the occupants of the house could reach her and feed her. To what end they continued feeding her people is also unclear. Perhaps they intended to use her as a last resort defense. Perhaps Bob was just so fond of Grace he couldn't let her go. Either way, the false sheltering and murdering of innocent survivors continued for some time until Carl, Bob, and the soldiers all vanished. It's hard to say what exactly happened to all of them. There were several ways they could have escaped the house if they needed to, but there is one other possibility. Perhaps Grace became completely uncontrollable, attacking and eating any person she could get her teeth into, including Bob. It's possible Bob and even the other former occupants of the house now lay here in a twisted, ironic grave, slaughtered by their own creation. Or maybe they're all out there somewhere. Maybe the house became overrun, supplies ran dry. Surviving here simply wasn't going to work. If they are still out there, somewhere in Navezgane, let's hope we don't bump into them. Until next time, thanks for watching. Though the civilized world is all but lost to most of Navezgane, an intrepid wanderer or war machine zombie slayer may sometimes stumble across remnants of what once must have been a very much alive and active community. These remnants can be very easy to miss when all you're looking for is some more brass to make 7.62 rounds. One such remnant can be found in the northwest of Navezgane, within an old strip mall long abandoned. The mall itself has only a few moderately interesting details to speak of, but one corner in particular houses everything we're going to be discussing today. Welcome to episode 6 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Here in lovely downtown Periston, we have a lucky looter's paradise. With rows of shops to ransack and pillage, it can be hard to stop and take a closer look around while emptying your inventory of empty cans and plant fiber to carry more valuable items. But today, let's take that closer look and peer into the shared back room of Poppin' Pills and Shamway Foods. Within this loungy corner, we'll find a simple couch, some tables, and a couple of postboards, ostensibly for community-related information and events. Here we come across something I haven't seen anyone discuss in a YouTube video, a forum thread, anywhere. This isn't any missile launching facility or a mansion with an underground lab, but there are hints toward the nature of the 7 Days universe that I'm really excited to get into here. One side looks relatively normal. On our right, we have some scraps describing events, news, and other presumably local happenings and information too faded, or low-res, to make out. On the left, however, is a very different story. Well, a dozen different stories to be exact. With so many missing and wanted posters, the postboard just wasn't enough, and some very tall and very strong person has managed to stick duplicates of these posters all over the brick wall with nothing but stubborn will and thumbtacks. So, who are all these people? Why so many? What happened? And more importantly, when? Let's try and answer some of those questions. I'm gonna go ahead and preface the rest of the video with a bit of a warning here. Reverse image searches gave me nothing. I couldn't find a single thread that even mentions these. If you know anything about these or have any ideas I don't mention, please feel free, leave a comment because there has to be something to them. Are these pictures of people at Fun Pimps? Is there some deeper joke or idea to this area? Nods to something I'm unaware of? Let me know. Anyway, let's get back to dissecting these. To start us off, let's go over who exactly is here and why. We have two kinds of flyers, missing and wanted, with one sort of outlier. Our wanted individuals include Lisa Campbell, aka Stabby, wanted for stabbing people. She does kind of look stabby, to be fair. Kumquat, aka The Champ, the only one listed here wanted dead or alive. We have Thomas Hares, aka Hannibal Hector, wanted for being a copycat? Then Bud McLovin, aka Spark, wanted for a series of thefts. And finally, John Too Fresh Smith, which is just great, also wanted for theft. Now, I thought at first it would be really interesting if the wanted individuals had committed crimes that were zombie apocalypse related, some evidence of a community holding out together and having to be extra stringent based on the conditions they're facing, but I think that narrative actually still fits. Theft, assault, being too fresh, cannibalism, these are all very real possibilities and crimes that would absolutely become more rampant in a post-apocalypse setting. Perhaps what we're seeing here is in fact the last death throes of a society attempting to remain civil, lawful. Perhaps the actions of these wanted individuals played a part in the final collapse of the people of Periston in a zombie-infested wasteland. As for our missing individuals, we have James Johnson, Jessica Bueller, Robert Jones, Matthew Huang, Ian Hammond, and William Dillinger. And the outlier, a very good boy. While there isn't too much we can gather story-wise from these posters at face value, there is one thing I can't help but look into. Each poster, in a very low-res detail, gives some information about the missing individuals, including their height, weight, and date of birth. Exactly when we are in the 7 Days universe has been a subject of debate in my comment section for some time now. In my first lore video, I surmised based on the kinds of technology we can find and other set pieces that we were in the late 80s or early 90s. In that same video, I discussed a common description of the game that actually places it in the year 2013, but since I couldn't find that description in any official Fun Pimps anything, I ruled it out. I figured the game came out in late 2013, so people probably just decided that was the timeline. However, looking at the images on these missing posters, I might have to finally concede that the game does take place in 2013, and that the clues hinting toward an earlier timeline are just coincidental, a consequence of whatever models the developers had to work with. At least that's what I thought I was going to have to say, until I did the math. Missing, Jessica Bueller, date of birth July 1st, 1995, age 25. Missing, Robert Jones, date of birth May 5th, 1985, age 35. Missing, Ian Hammond, date of birth April 1st, 1975, that's unfortunate, age 45. This is the first real, very concrete evidence of a timeline I've ever found in Navezgane, and they all point to the year 2020, that is if these posters were put up recently. But it's very likely, based on the state of Navezgane, that they were put up at least a year ago? That being said, based on these flyers, it's probably at least the year 2021, probably even later in the 7 Days to Die universe. This goes against everything I ever thought about the timeline, but here it is, in-game evidence. Huh. With that revelation in mind, let's take a look at the poster board on the right. There's a lot on here that just isn't legible, unfortunately, due to how faded or low-res they are. But here's what we can see. City vanished in blast of atom bomb. Seaport went up in smoke and flame, witnesses say. 40,000-foot dust pyre over Pacific Ocean. This is a page from the Daily News, presumably of Navezgane. This is some strong confirmation that nuclear warheads have in fact been detonated in other places, and kind of debunks a lot of wacky theories about Navezgane being some sort of isolated test site or something. Maybe, let's not get into that right now. But this is actually a pretty big find. It doesn't confirm that any nuclear detonations occurred within the playable areas in Navezgane, but it is some very strong evidence to say that the zombie apocalypse is everywhere, and that Navezgane might just be a lucky safe zone surrounded by radiation from blasts that peppered everywhere else. This is also pretty in line with many descriptions of the game describing Navezgane as a sort of haven. Next we have an epic logo? Based on the font and style, this seems to be a direct nod to Epic Games, the game's developer and publisher. But 7 Days to Die is developed by The Fun Pimps, a completely independent studio as far as I'm aware. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to stop the video right here. My face is buried in my hands because now that I'm editing this video, now that I've done this cool rotation and zoom in, I can now see that the word fail is there. It says epic fail. I guess it might just be a meme, or maybe they're making fun of Epic Games. I have no idea, but I didn't see that before, and that just drives a whole wedge into everything I might have thought about this. I'm gonna let past Holden continue to talk about Epic Games and the possible connection, but keep that in mind. This might just be a meme going epic fail, or they might be making fun of Epic, I guess. I don't know. Let's get back to the video. 7 Days to Die runs in the Unity engine, not the Unreal engine, which is made by Epic. So unless there's some business relationship or acquisition or something I'm missing here, I can't find any reason the Fun Pimps would nod directly to Epic Games, so perhaps they're just quietly boasting about how epic their game is. I don't know. This is one of those things in this video that if anyone happens to know something I don't here, feel free to yell at me in the comments for my ignorance. Because honestly, I'd really just like to know. Other than that, we have various flyers and snippets advertising presumably local events. A Habitat for Humanity Spring Picnic, a game of Capture the Flag, the local person that really likes to scream, and somebody that could really just use some help. With all that covered, here's the story I've gathered here today. There used to be a relatively active community in Periston. Community events were common, and based on the size of the city, it's a safe bet that everyone knew just about everyone, and if anything happened, your neighbor, your barber, and the local butcher would all probably hear about it. Whether before or after the zombie outbreak, nuclear bombs did fall around the globe, or at least near the west coast of the United States. A dust pyre over the Pacific could have originated in Arizona, where Navezgane is located, but it's more likely to have occurred further west toward the coast in California. As nuclear devastation and the early stages of a zombie apocalypse began gripping the United States and possibly the world, the small town of Periston came together to survive. Unfortunately, as one might expect, as the scenario this town found itself in worsened, as did the actions of those dwelling here. Stabbing sprees, theft, even cannibalism began to arise as desperate survivors resorted to fighting each other for whatever resources they could get their hands on. Periston, a once close-knit community, held together for some time despite this, as people began going missing and crimes against the community grew rampant. Some desperate vigilantes of the community began putting up flyers in great numbers, attempting to keep the community together, to give people hope that those missing could be found, and those who had betrayed them could be brought to justice. In the year 2020, at the very earliest, however, the final collapse of the city of Periston came. No more defenses would be built, no more flyers would be made, no more community would withstand. Whether the people just left, were taken by the apocalypse and became one with it, or just couldn't survive the conditions of the apocalypse, Periston eventually owned up to its name. Until next time, thanks for watching. The southeastern deserts of Navezgane contain many hazards, many treasures, and many secrets. But today we're going to be diving into something that is none of those things. Well, except maybe a hazard. But more importantly, today we glimpse into the lives of those who dwelled in Navezgane before the bombs fell, before the epidemic flash flooded across the county. Today we're going to learn the story of Deshong Tower, and that story only gets more and more interesting the further we head up. Welcome to episode 7 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Boy, am I excited for this one. This should be a longer video for sure, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you for all of the wonderful comments and various forms of support you guys have shown for previous Stories of Navezgane videos. Whether you're watching because you're super into 7 Days to Die, or because these somehow help you fall asleep or something, I appreciate you all. Anyway, on with the video. Deshong Tower is something of a jewel in Navezgane. In a county littered with modest homes and relatively small shopping centers, a 13-story commercial building seems a big deal. It probably was at one point, but now its main features include massive piles of rubble, hordes of zombies, and structural damage visible from miles away. However, while business certainly is no longer booming, there are still stories for us to discover. So let's go find them. Starting from the entrance, we can already begin developing a picture of what this area used to be like. A bustling Deshong Tower, a popular park, Higashi Pharmaceuticals, an entirely new tower under construction, other small businesses, and probably not nearly enough parking. The business center that was the city of departure was probably rather important to Navezgane County. This thought is quickly reinforced by the sandbags set up above, visible from the street. Somebody tried defending this tower. Let's step inside and see what they were trying to protect. On the first floor, apart from the very expected zombies, we have some sort of check-in / central desk. Within this area, there are also cozy lounges and a small cafe. Here, those visiting or working within the tower could take a seat, have a lunch or a latte, wait for their date that may or may not show up, and sit pretending to be on their phones but secretly people watching. The damage visible from outside is also very apparent within. Piles of rubble that were once floors and ceiling decorate the entire first floor. Intentional views up to the second floor and unexpected views up to the third are aplenty. The stairwell that appears to have once sprawled the entire tower is very much out of order, at least here, so we'll have to take the main stairway up to the second floor and improvise from there. The second floor is very much an extension of the first, with slightly more private sitting areas and lounges and even a cute little bookstore. One could probably once purchase a brief pamphlet describing the history of Deshong Tower and the surrounding area, things to do and businesses to visit here. Now all that's left are the reanimated corpses of businessmen still in their suits, which begs a lot of questions about the nature of the zombie epidemic, and a row of zombified vultures who have made these busted windows their home. The stairs on the second floor are in even worse condition than below, so we'll have to carefully climb, or recklessly parkour, our way up to the third floor via rusted bars in this non-functional elevator shaft. Up here on the third floor, we gain some insight into what this tower once was, as well as what it became. There are a number of noteworthy features here. Sections of the floor labeled A, B, C, D, 1, and 2 to start. The lettered areas are 4 rooms of cubicles on each corner of the building. Each room boasts a large hole in the wall, damage caused presumably by zombies over an extended period of time, and the zombified remains of the people who once worked in these rooms. Once again, the fact that these people are still in their work attire, still here, trapped in their offices, it begs many questions about the nature of the epidemic and the order of events. Were these people trapped here when some authority made an order to shelter in place? Did the zombie apocalypse happen so suddenly these people had no time to react? Or are these just the deniers, people who believe the epidemic was fake news? It's hard to say, and may become its own video eventually. The rooms labeled 1 and 2 are connected conference rooms, with a large curtain in the center of the room to provide an absolute minimum level of privacy for important business meetings that absolutely could have been an email. It appears one meeting lasted so long, the participants all collapsed and... Oh, no, sorry, those are also just zombies. Through a nearby busted window, though, we can find something interesting. Military personnel hunkered behind aforementioned sandbags, surrounding a crate of weapons and ammunition. These appear to be proper soldiers, military personnel, so what are they doing here? Were a handful of soldiers sent to guard the entirety of Deshong? Or are these some of the last holdouts from a long battle against an onslaught of the undead? Based on how they're slumped over, it almost seems as though they fought to the point of absolute exhaustion, eventually, somehow, succumbing to the zombieism themselves. More questions about how the zombie virus truly works. For another time. For now, let's let them rest. On the other side of the building, still on the third floor though, we'll find what remains of what must have once been a very quaint cafe or even a lounge of some sort. These zombies aren't in very formal attire, which leads me to believe this area was the former. There's one last detail worthy of discussion here before we move on to the fourth floor. This is actually the first floor we can find real signs of struggle, of survival and defenses against the zombies. Here we see a row of barbed wire, spike traps, and even a couple of makeshift landmines. They do seem to line the edge of a floor collapse, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Based on the state and position of this corpse, I think it's actually a fair guess that this spot was once a strong front line of some sort. With the zombie-accessible stairs nearby, survivors and soldiers together probably laid their traps here. When the floor had taken too much of a beating via explosives, however, it collapsed, and this corpse, flung to the side, inaccessible from the rest of the floor, is among the last evidence of such a defense. With that, let's make our way up to the 4th floor. These stairs are still very inoperable, but there are several floor collapses we can shimmy our way up. Let's head up this one. The 4th floor is very reminiscent of the 3rd, except where before we had specific corner offices and designated spaces for rent, here we'll find rows upon rows of cubicles and variously sized office spaces meant to melt your brain. Once again, we find many people, or zombies, still hunkered in their workspaces, though it seems whatever relief they must have been waiting for never came. At least, not enough of it. Though it does seem that a similar defense to what we saw downstairs was mounted here as well. Even more barbed wire and spikes can be found still manning their posts, but for one reason or another, they weren't quite enough to save the occupants on this floor. In the bathrooms, the kitchen, the cubicles, zombies roam. Or slump. Or stand. This does beg yet another question about the nature of zombies in the 7 Days universe. Did all of these people die here and become zombies? Or is there more to the nature of these zombies themselves? Is some muscle memory still present in their zombie states? Some sort of very fleeting memory? I find it unlikely that every single one of them died precisely where they've probably spent most of the time here in their cognizant lives. You'd expect them to die in defensive positions or hiding spots or even near the last small cache of weapons and ammunition here. But no, they're mostly right where you'd expect them to be if this were a normal workday for them. Perhaps just food for thought for now. But there isn't much more to see here for now, and refreshingly the stairs are actually accessible here. Let's make our way up to the 5th floor. Immediately on the 5th floor, we're greeted with a warning. Beware, in bold red lettering. Beware what? Beware of zombies? Some other danger? Did somebody actually take the time to make this amidst the apocalypse? Well, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've seen. Taking a look around, however, that signage might actually be far less dramatic than we first thought. This entire floor was clearly still under construction when everything went down. What was meant to be here is impossible to know. Concrete and cobblestone don't tell us much. And the only crates we have to go off of are working stiff, so unless you want to hazard a guess at a hardware store, we've pretty much got nothing. The zombies here, though, are further evidence toward some kind of theory about the nature of the apocalypse. Just as zombies in suits can be found in cubicles below, those in construction and janitorial uniforms can be found here. There are no visible defenses mounted here, which is curious. But there is a clear path of busted down doors and holes in the wall we can follow that leads us most of the way around the building into one of the open elevator shafts where a ladder will take us to the 6th floor. Clambering up, we come to the first named business in this Tower of the Past, Mole's Gym. This is almost certainly a reference to one Joel Hunink, I hope I pronounced that right, co-founder of the Fun Pimps, the developers that created 7 Days to Die for those who may not be aware. Joel, aside from having a magnificent beard, is an avid weightlifter, and boy does he let the internet know it. I just realized that sounds like a dig. It's not a dig. This dude is just jacked. Like, brag away, king. Holy shit. Where was I? Oh, right, Mole's Gym. Joel actually goes by Mad Mole on the 7 Days to Die community forums and probably elsewhere, so we've stumbled upon his very own gym in Navezgane. A neat touch. This gym features a swimming pool, complete with funky physics and a diving board, cardio equipment, weight training equipment, and a yoga room. Hold up. Well, there were a lot of people trapped in here. I suppose somebody was either really angry about the apocalypse or was just really passionate about their yoga. But those trapped in the yoga room weren't the only survivors up here. The entire gym, as we've seen, was occupied. Dozens of people found their final, unrest up here. But it does seem that those here held out for some time as well. All around the stairwell, there are fortifications and defenses set up to keep zombies out. People survived at least in the yoga room long enough to create a makeshift ladder up to the air ducts, which led to a nearby storage room. And from the storage room, we can see what is perhaps one of the loneliest casualties of Deshong Tower. This poor worker, left on his own upon a lift, still in uniform. Though the defenses of the area surrounding the stairwell are still intact, it seems either by the same way we came in or from other damage to the building, the Horde eventually found its way into each room here. Or at least close enough to infect everyone here with a zombie virus. I'd actually wager, though, that if anyone had the chance to make it out of this building alive, it may have been someone here. The entire level is actually mostly intact, and the defenses actually held up quite well. Though, given the population of zombies and the number of floors they'd have to sneak down, the odds are still slim. Perhaps the number of already infected, yet to turn into zombies was just too high here. With that being said, let's continue our way up. The stairs are still intact in this area. On the 7th floor, we'll find a somewhat pleasant surprise. A richly furnished and quite spacious restaurant, complete with a stage for entertainment. This must have been a pretty nice place. It's called QZO. What that means, I have no idea. It seems mysterious acronyms and initialisms are a bit of a favorite of the fun pimps, as this isn't the first time this has happened. I really tried to figure out what this might mean, but I've got nothing. I'd love to hear any guesses in the comments as to what QZO might stand for. In lieu of any real answers then, the best I can do now is guess. Quality zombie organs. No, that's too gross. Quantifiably zany omens. No, that's dumb. Yeah, let's just move on. While there are a few possible patrons or just stranded survivors that eventually met their demise here, the majority of the Zeds within QZO appear to actually be the staff. In the kitchen, past a few, now eternal employees and cooking pot landmines, we can find several large men hiding in what must have once been the freezer. This also is not the first time we've seen this. Seems a bad way to go. Probably beats being attacked by hordes of zombies, though. The last interesting detail for us to find here is in the corner office, where there is further evidence of military assistance here. Several ammunition crates and a box decorate the center of this office. Perhaps this was some sort of staging area? Get it? Staging? Sorry. Perhaps this was some sort of staging area for the military personnel who arrived to help protect the building. Seems a bit of an odd place for them to set up, though, considering their front line seemed to be several stories down toward the front of the tower. Perhaps the owners of this establishment were just quite well off and had somehow prepared for this moment, or procured these supplies themselves. It's tough to say, but given the rest of the defenses, mines, and spikes, and other signs of struggle here, it's a miracle any of this equipment is left for a daring looter to take. That's about all there is to see here, other than the severe damage to the corner of the tower. Let's climb up this rubble and equipment and see what's on the 8th floor. Well, it looks like we found more construction. Truth be told, there are only a couple of things of interest here. As we wind our way through the path zombies must have once taken to ravage the area, we'll eventually get a peek at one of the bottommost layers of rubble that make up the massive damage to the corner of the tower. In the next room over, though, is quite something. An entire room is absolutely littered with improvised landmines, spikes, barbed wire fences, anything one might whip up to kill or at least hinder an incoming horde. It seems this was laid by some desperate survivors that took shelter in the next room over, who deemed this room as the most likely path zombies might take to get to them. Unfortunately for those survivors, however, with just a single crate of equipment to their name, clever or resourceful as they may have been, the horde doesn't seem to be what did them in. There are holes in the room here that I don't think zombies created. They're just too high up. Without any evidence to support the idea of zombies being able to reach these areas, it's most likely at least one of these survivors was, in fact, already infected, and the others never saw it coming. Making our way back into the unfinished hall then, we'll find the elevator shaft once again, and it seems the elevator has arrived for us. Well, obviously it doesn't work, but there's a hatch and ladder we can take up. To the 9th floor we go. Here we'll find Shit's Law. Shit's Law. Well, that's just a little unfortunate. Speaking above table once more, I don't think this is a reference to any specific law firm. There are plenty of firms with Schmitz, but unless the fun pimps really have it out for one of those in particular, this is probably just a joke about some of the fantastic names you'll see in unimaginative law firm names. Diving back into or onto the table, up here, the situation is much the same as it is below. Barricades and defenses litter the area, though not as heavily as we've seen before. In fact, there are only a couple of spots up here that seem really fortified at all. With the amount of parkour and careful maneuvering we've had to do to get all the way up here, I actually find it rather unlikely any zombies of the Horde actually made it up here themselves. This leaves two most likely possibilities as I understand it. Either a few zombies made their way down here from above, which is quite possible given the wreckage that is the corner of this level, or the unfortunate souls still left here as reanimated corpses were never attacked by zombies at all. Rather, they were infected already, and it was only a matter of time until they turned in isolation. There is a small cache of weapons and ammo at the front desk, so either these people were at least somewhat prepared to defend themselves, or, well, there isn't much else to note here. Shit's Law found itself up Shit's Creek without a paddle. Let's go through this mostly open gate, perhaps where zombies made their way in from above after whatever caused the corner of this building to collapse, and make our way up to the 10th floor. It seems whoever inhabited this floor when everything went down had a bit easier a time of it. Where a cozy corner office probably once stood, a cushy chair and the remnants of a campfire now stand atop a mound of rubble. Whoever once sat here probably had plenty of time to contemplate their scenario and weren't too concerned about any zombies storming their spot. That, or they were just blissfully unaware somehow. Either way, this cozy view of the apocalypse actually gives us a big clue as to the order of events for Deshong Tower pertaining to the survivors. This spot is nestled atop the rubble of what was once the corner of this tower. That means that the incredible structural damage occurred rather early, and probably wasn't somehow triggered by the Horde. If that's the case, it's most likely the tower was a bit of unfortunate collateral damage of the military's response to the virus-ridden masses. There are other buildings here that fared much worse in this supposed bombing of the city of departure, and there are various large holes in the paved streets to support the idea that shelling occurred at all. Even still, the building as a whole is to this day riddled with improvised explosives. It's also very possible that the occupants of the tower used a few too many explosives in the wrong places and caused a cascading collapse from the top. As for this cozy spot, it's also possible that survivors or looters came through and set up a simple camp here well after the original occupants of the tower met their end. Many possibilities, lots of speculation. That's the name of the game here. I have my preference. We'll get to that later, but for now, you could make a solid argument for any of the aforementioned possibilities. We won't gain much ruminating on this forever, though. Let's see what the 10th floor proper has to offer us. Here we'll find a similar story to that of the floor below. Offices, employee facilities, business people still in their suits, trapped by the virus in their former, or depending on how you look at it, eternal place of work. It's a bit of a puzzling situation, though, overall. In one office, all of the glass has been shattered. Zombies probably made their way in and did what they do best. Well, also the only thing they do, really. But in the very next office over, where the situation looks quite similar at a glance, it also seems the door has been busted down from the inside. This could support the idea that many in the tower were already knowingly or unknowingly infected with the zombie virus, and when whatever happened to cause everyone to shelter in place, it was far too late. It was only a matter of time before they turned and slaughtered anyone without the infection. As we make our way through the rest of this floor, however, we'll see the pattern continued. Sparse defenses of spikes and barbed wire, a small cache of weapons and ammunition, former people slumped over wherever they turned. We'll also discover exactly the business that occupies this floor. Oldman Sachs. Or as I imagine the devs prefer to pronounce it, Old Man Sachs. This is obviously a play on Goldman Sachs, spelled as is shown on your screen now, a multinational investment bank and financial services company headquartered in New York City. If a parody of Goldman Sachs is here, a law firm below, and a fancy restaurant before that, it seems things might only get more expensive the further we go up. Let's find out for sure. Rounding just a few more corners, we'll find our way up to the 11th floor, and also discover that the southeast corner of the building isn't the only one that suffered severe damage. It appears survivors of this nightmare actually built a way up some time ago. Resourceful. There's even a torch. Still lit. But before we go up, what the hell is this toilet doing here? Like, it's on the outside of where the exterior walls of the tower used to be. Somebody put this thing here, and that kind of just makes me happy. On that note, though, what are these beams even doing here? What did these connect to? What structural purpose did they serve? This doesn't seem to match the architecture of the building at all, so you know what? Let's not read too much into that. As we explore the 11th floor, we'll quickly find that despite being one of the most damaged sections of the building, it's also one of the most populated. Clumps and clusters of the undead litter corners, rooms, and even closets. One can guess if the density of zombies or people here were the same throughout the entire floor before the building partially collapsed, there may have been as many as 50. So, what happened here? Why so many? Well, welcome to the sort of awkwardly named Tickles Medical. This was a medical facility. Zombie hordes, collateral damage from military activity, rioting, unrest, bombs, whatever it was. Day Zero must have seen people swarming this facility. And with only a handful of nurses or doctors to speak of, and eventually a few specialists from the military presumably, this place was probably completely overrun with people terrified of becoming one of the undead. This is a bit out there, but I have a thought. What if Deshong Tower was targeted by the military intentionally? What if this small medical facility was so overrun with soon-to-be zombies, somebody made the call, pushed the button? The perplexingly serious damage to the building is quite focused on the top 3 levels of the building, and when viewing it from afar, the damage on both sides does seem to be at least centered on the 11th floor, mostly, on Tickles Medical. Unlikely, maybe, but the defenses on this floor are quite light, whilst the damage is perhaps the heaviest. It's still very possible, though, that these explosions did come from within, from a fight for survival, but any evidence of that, if it ever existed, is long gone. These massive holes in the walls and ceilings can't tell us that story on their own. So, in the pursuit of answers, we'll continue. We'll wind our way through the holes in the walls, big and small, through the small crowds of Zeds, past the remnants of a meager defense of terrified people, until we once again find ourselves at the stairwell. These seem stable enough, so we'll head up to the 12th floor. Here we'll find another floor of stranded zombie businessmen, trapped seemingly forever in their lavishly furnished offices that have seen far better days. Skipping past the familiar sights of this tower, there are a few interesting points to this floor that are worth discussion. Firstly, I might have to take it back. The 12th floor really gives the 11th a run for its money in the most damaged contest. In fact, it seems the 13th might as well. Second, though, an interesting sign of struggle and survival. At the same collapsed area we climbed from the 10th floor to the 11th, we now find a stubborn ladder refusing to leave its post, as well as a makeshift wood fitting to the bent and corroded steel bars that still barely hold this tower together. These form a sort of perilous walkway and passage to the next floor up. Perhaps it wasn't always so perilous. It's very likely this tower or its post-apocalypse makeshift walkways haven't seen any maintenance in years. Why somebody went to such lengths to construct this, however, we'll have to find out soon. The final detail worth mentioning on this floor is what was once the foyer of Raw Burr Finance. Suddenly I feel a bit less bad about what happened on this floor. Yes, the name is funny, but what I'm really interested in is the positioning of these sandbags. Based on the sandbags, where the soldier and hazmat-suited zombies are positioned behind them, as well as the line of spikes and wire, we have an interesting story here. Why was this position so important to them? What was being so clearly guarded here? Well, at least that bit is probably easy. People. The elevators are positioned just behind this fortification, so we can assume that these people assumed zombies wouldn't know how to work the elevators. Only survivors seeking shelter and aid would show up behind them. At least that's probably what they assumed given how open that flank is. It seemed this is where this floor made its stand against the horde, expecting the zombies to make their way up the stairs, wade through the offices and open areas of this business, and eventually come through this entrance, hopefully to be gunned down. What that tells me, however, is that there was only one secure place for the survivors being protected to be. Here. It's still unclear what exactly happened here, but what we can be fairly certain of now is that the toll of whatever it was quite high. Speaking of quite high, we're nearly at the top. Let's keep our eyes up and hop across this ledge. This ladder will bring us to the 13th and final floor. The 13th floor seems to hold one last interesting and elusive story. Up here, way up here, over 100 meters, that's almost 330 feet in freedom units, is where the elite once spent an absurd amounts of money per night for a nice room. It's possible these were in fact apartments, but given their location and small but still relatively lavish furnishings, they probably weren't. There were probably about 8 or 9 of them before whatever happened here. But what we are here for now isn't just any of these rooms. It isn't the scattered Zed of various backgrounds or the all-too-familiar by now defensive points of barbed wire and wooden spikes. What we're here for now is this room in particular. The door barricaded entirely from the outside. That's a bit perplexing. What's even more perplexing is what's inside. A kitchen stocked with all kinds of food supplies. A table covered in mounds of weapons and ammunition. Books, more weapons, a sealed crate of supplies and gear, even medical supplies in the bathroom. This is the reward the most daring survivor in Navezgane would receive for making the trek up here. But what's it all doing here? This room is sealed up tight. There are no holes in the wall. Once again, the door is barricaded from the outside. There are a few possibilities. Perhaps there was one person left here. One person deemed so important, other survivors allowed them to hoard some supplies and help to barricade them inside this room. That's probably not the case, though, to be honest. Perhaps then several people were holed up in here. There are extra mattresses lining the floor beside the couches. Maybe some very wealthy, very lucky, or very prepared survivors managed to seal themselves in with these supplies, but why is there so much left then? And where are they? There is one corpse in here, over by the bed. Well, half of one, anyway. But that's important, too. If there was someone holed up in here on their own that eventually gave up, this isn't what we'd expect them to look like afterwards. This looks more like the doings of the Horde. I have an idea. Winding our way through these last lavish halls, sneaking past the slumbering dead, even stepping out onto the ledge of the building, we're able to carefully make our way to the stairwell one last time. We have access to the roof here, and it appears we aren't the only ones that made it up here. There's only one thing of note up here, though, other than the zombies. This skylight, or rather this broken skylight. So, this is how someone or something would have made their way into this well-stocked penthouse suite to do this person in. Here's the last problem, though. If it were a person that broke in, you'd expect them to take more. Unless they just had a personal vendetta against a sole survivor holed up in here and wanted nothing but revenge. If it were a zombie or zombies, where are they? Sure, if the skylight were broken, a lucky zombie could have fallen in, and this is much more like the scene we'd expect to see after that, but the zombie would be trapped in here. We would have seen it by now. We would have found it. It could have been one or many of the various vultures we've seen as we've made our way up here, but I just find it hard to believe that some nasty birds could have taken out the most well-armed person in this entire building. All of these conclusions are arguable, but I think given what we can see here, it might be that none of them are the correct answer. I propose one last story. What if what we see here was in fact a zombie? Maybe there were multiple people, or at least one other person, holed up in here. The skylight above provided a sneaky entrance and exit, allowing someone to barricade the room from the outside before climbing their way back in from above. The people in here held out for a bit, listened to the struggles of those below and around them, but survived on their very ample stock. But eventually, one of them succumbed to the virus. They were doomed from the start. Even the wealthy couldn't escape it. So the other survivor, or survivors, did what they had to do to this poor woman. They took what they could carry and left. They climbed out to the top of the building and, well, from there it's hard to say. Maybe they made it out. Maybe they were even airlifted out. Maybe they attempted to make their way down the tower but didn't make it. Maybe they're still in Navezgane now. Maybe they're amongst the undead still in the tower. Unfortunately, the conclusion to that story is, like the answers to many questions we have about this place and Navezgane, impossible to know. If you ask me, here's how it probably went down. World War III had erupted. Amidst this, a terrible flu epidemic is sweeping the globe. Eventually, after bombs and bombs and bombs and radiation and rioting and military intervention and all of the turmoil that comes with unrest, the flu became more. The zombie apocalypse began. People were told via any means necessary or possible to stay where they were, shelter in place, build defenses however they could. Help was on the way. So the people of Deshong Tower did everything they could. They barricaded, they crafted, they took stock, they hid. Eventually, some military aid did arrive. Soldiers took up defensive positions to save who they could, but the problem wasn't the zombies making their way in from outside. The problem was those already inside. As people succumbed to the new zombie virus and turned, one after another, the zombie population within the tower grew. Rapidly, perhaps exponentially. Each floor did what they could, but eventually all of them would fall. Matters were further complicated by excessive use of improvised explosives. The building suffered severe structural damage, and many unfortunate lives were lost due to the turmoil of the situation. Some perhaps lasted a bit longer. Some managed to hide well enough, to arm themselves well enough. Perhaps some even escaped, but that's a story for another time. Either way, we're here now. Let's take a moment to appreciate the idea of those who came here before us, whether before or after the tower fell. It's a hopeless apocalypse. but we might as well enjoy the view while we've got it. Until next time, then, thanks for watching. Across all of Navezgane, from its wintry peaks to its unforgiving deserts, there is one name, one title, that every trader, wanderer, and survivor knows. The Duke. But who is the Duke? What do they actually do in Navezgane? And what have they done to us? Do we know them? Did we cross them? Are they a ruthless dictator, or perhaps an inspiring leader among anarchy? Who or what is the Duke of Navezgane? Welcome to episode 8 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Now, normally, as that intro suggests, we do explore an interesting location, but today we're exploring a different kind of story. Today we're going to be discussing the infamous and elusive Duke of Navezgane. If you enjoy my content or just this series, please consider checking out my Patreon. This video, as much as I've wanted to make it, has taken a particularly long time to do so, and support from viewers like you would be immeasurably appreciated. Even just buying me a coffee would be awesome. I'll probably keep the advertisements off and stick to my weekly upload schedule regardless, but any support from you guys to keep these videos coming would go a really long way. Anyway, let's get back to what you're here for. Another quick heads up, typically I take a fairly role-play-y approach to these videos, but this topic is currently quite meta, so this video will take a slightly different approach to what you might be used to with this series. So, when the player starts a new game, their character receives a couple of interesting notes by default. These are our introduction to the Duke. Dear friend, the wasteland can be an unforgiving place. I found you naked and left for dead with no supplies. It looks like you crossed the Duke in a bad way and you could use some help. Enclosed is a short guide to help you survive. If you complete it, we might just take in a new citizen. The White River Settlement. It's real and it's safe. Peace be with you, friend. Noah. Now, this isn't an actual physical note we have in our inventory. Rather, it's a message that appears on screen when you first load in. The note we actually have manifests as our starting quest to craft our most basic of equipment. The other note, the note we have actually in our inventory, seems to be from the Duke themselves. Just a friendly reminder that you pay on time, every time, or there will be consequences. Next time, we won't be so nice. Thanks for the gear, but you still owe us. See you soon, the Duke. Now, despite its short length, this note actually gives us a few clues as to who the Duke is. Breaking it down piece by piece, first we learned that we were meant to pay the Duke something. Or else. What exactly we're supposed to pay and how is unclear. Probably gear? Loot? Maybe food? Things necessary for survival in this new world. Or perhaps casino tokens. More on that later. From the next lines, we can gather that whoever the Duke is, they aren't alone. We won't be so nice. You still owe us. We can also gather that we did have some gear on our person before the Duke and their crew took it, but it wasn't enough. Finally, see you soon. That could mean a lot of things, or nothing. At the time this video is being uploaded, we can't actually meet the Duke in-game, but there are some more clues as to the nature of the Duke and what they're doing scattered throughout the game. First, and most obviously, we have the casino tokens we collect and can either melt into usable brass for bullets, or use as currency when trading with the various traders scattered across Navezgane. And the casino tokens are actually labeled Duke's Casino Tokens. Apparently, after the epidemic and the war, these brass coins became the main currency for trading, at least in Navezgane. Hell, even various vending machines we can find take the tokens. But how did that happen? Surely there would be a more convenient item to use as currency. So how did a specific casino's brass tokens take the cake? Well, the brass is very useful, but perhaps the Duke is in fact the same Duke from this casino. Perhaps as Navezgane collapsed and the world we see now came to be, The Duke somehow held some form of power or control over people. It's a pretty brilliant play, actually. If you can get the residents of your entire county or more to accept that the thing you have, by far the most of out of anyone, is now the definitive currency they should use, suddenly you're very much in control. But how would the Duke do this? What did they have or do in the first place to establish this new rule? Well, I do really prefer to use in-game evidence to structure a story, but this really is a special case, so we're going way back to November of 2013, when the Fun Pimps posted their first video on YouTube giving an overview of the features of their new game. The video confirms a third world war and that the zombie epidemic does stem from some form of virus, but what we're really interested in is this.
We also have special infected enemies, including the acid-puking Hulk, whose vomit can melt blocks, or the chain gun-toting wasteland bandits. Even bosses like the crazed Duke of Navezgane and his army of mutated soldiers.
The crazed Duke and his army of mutated soldiers? So that throws a few wrenches into everything. What exactly does mutated soldiers mean? It could refer to the zombie horde, but that seems like a strange way to insinuate that. Though, that would explain why the horde attacks you specifically every 7th night. The Duke is getting pissed that you're still not complying, you're still not paying. I'm not entirely sold on that yet, though. Instead, I think it's likely that we haven't seen these mutated soldiers just yet. That they are, or at least were, planned to be added at some point. A lot of people have a lot of hopes for A20 and beyond. We'll see. Regardless, the Duke has some sort of army backing him. Again, how he got this army under his command is hard to say. It's possible the Duke somehow had some hand in the creation of the zombie horde himself. If we assume that he did in fact own a casino, which we'd never see, and was quite wealthy, it's possible he had a hand in Higashi Pharmaceuticals, or the hidden lab beneath the Mountaintop mansion. Hell, maybe he owned that place too. Or even Shamway Foods, one of the less likely contenders for the coveted created zombies spot. If he did somehow help to create them, it's possible he had some form of control over them. He knows something nobody else does. A secret like that could get you a lot of things, including enough pull to get people to agree to your sick experiments to mutate them into strange soldiers. Perhaps a better fate than being eaten alive or becoming a zombie yourself. I'll admit though, that is just a little bit far-fetched. Maybe he's just an incredibly cunning and charismatic guy. He knew the right people, had the right resources, and businessman his way to a position of power in a post-apocalypse world. Regardless of the how, what we can be quite sure of is that the Duke has lackeys. He probably has wealth in the form of his own currency, and he probably has the resources to do as he pleases for the most part. Whether he's a maniacal tyrant or just a harsh dictator, though, is where things get fuzzy. I lean toward tyrant, given we, the players, start our game half-naked and apparently beaten half to death by his goons, and even the traitors we run into seem to fear him. We can even glean a couple of tidbits about how the Duke runs things from the traders. Take a listen.
Do hurry. I have a protection payment coming up soon.
Apparently, even the traders of Navezgane need to pay protection money, probably to the Duke. I guess this shouldn't be too surprising as they are using his currency. Their cooperation with the Duke might be what landed them their cozy fortresses and businesses in the first place. This is up for debate for sure, as we can actually catch from Trader Jen again some little bits of backstory of the other traders, but I think it's quite likely the Duke has his hand in the success of the traders. But then, what exactly are they paying for protection from? Could it be the Duke's wrath via his lackeys? Or maybe the Horde? Another bullet point to suggest the Duke might have some form of control over the zombies. So what else do we know right now about the Duke? Though he's been canon in the game since its inception, we still don't even know what he really looks like. Or do we? There are a couple of interesting things we can look at both in-game and via game files that might just give us an answer. Firstly, if we do assume that the Duke is the same Duke of Duke's Casino, and the namesake wasn't just taken for convenience, the most obvious solution is to look at our currency, Duke's Casino tokens. Though we can't get too detailed here, the face of the token appears to depict a man with a weathered face and long black hair, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and long tassels of some kind, as well as other possibly Native American-styled accoutrements. That's actually pretty detailed, come to think of it. Anyway, though the Native American style is just a bit of a guess, it would certainly fit the setting of Navezgane, considering the plethora of Apache tribe sites we can find in-game. Also, I mean, it's a casino, so... But that isn't all. Comparing that likeness to the shadowy outline we caught a glimpse of in the official Fun Pimps video we saw earlier, they seem to match up. Even further, there's something a bit more sneaky that I'm sure anyone who's played 7 Days to Die for some time has seen dozens of times. This painting. This painting depicts what can be a bit more safely described as a Native American man, and here we can get a much better look at the possible face of the Duke himself. But what makes you think this is the Duke, Holdiniful? You dumb idiot! You big stinky bastard! Well, in the game files, this painting is actually called Painting Duke. Perhaps this was a bit of a throwaway name, maybe The Duke and Duke's Casino, not the same person, but perhaps the Fun Pimps knew much better what they were doing when they named and added this painting to the game. Perhaps we've been seeing his face all over Navezgane this entire time. Speaking of paintings, there's actually another of interest to us. This painting here is called Painting Noah. It's possible that this is in fact the Noah that helps our character out right after we've been beaten down by the Duke's crew. I have nothing other than the name to back that up, but considering there are only a few paintings to find and one of them is Noah, I think there's a decent chance there's a lot more to that character for us to find out in coming updates. Hopefully. Unfortunately though, this is about the extent of what we know or can surmise about the Duke of Navezgane. In the Fun Pimps dev streams, there has been talk of adding the Duke, bandit NPCs, and more story-tailored quests to the game in the future, but that's been talked about for some time, so we probably won't know for sure if or when any of that is going to happen until they announce it for sure as part of an upcoming update. With that then, let's put together the best story we can. Years ago, before the world was brought low by World War III and a zombie apocalypse, a Native American man who went by Duke ran a profitable casino somewhere within or near Navezgane. With the wealth he amassed from his casino, he somehow had some hand to play in the coming apocalypse. Whatever form that hand took, when the zombie outbreak occurred, he was ready for it. Whether it was via sheer force or some other secret to the zombies, he had more control over them than anybody in the area. People flocked to him for protection. And with the power of this newfound leadership, he dubbed his casino tokens the de facto currency of Navezgane, and supposedly began the creation of a mutated army to help him enforce his protection rings and dirty deals with those desperate enough to cooperate. In the midst of all of this, our character somehow landed a debt to the Duke. Perhaps we made a deal and didn't hold up our end of the bargain. Or maybe we simply refused to play into his racketeering and had to pay the price for it. There were others, however, who would not comply. The White River settlements, though we have not yet seen the settlement itself, does seem to exist and could possibly oppose the Duke. The only evidence we have in-game of them thus far is our note from Noah and a flag we can find flying over each trader location. Having to pay the Duke protection money or suffer his wrath, I'm sure these traders would be happy to be rid of him. There are also several gangs peppered throughout Navezgane, gangs that watch the player character and allude to allowing us to join them if we prove ourselves. There's the Crazy Jake clan, who prioritize wiping out specific sections of the Horde and challenge us to prove ourselves by doing the same. And the Willies, who survive by hunting the wildlife that has had the opportunity to thrive after the decimation of humanity. All three of these factions probably have to bend the knee to some degree to the Duke, and all three could potentially lead the charge against him, or be our priority targets for him in a future update. Though we never see him in person, the Duke's presence makes itself known around every corner of Navezgane. And while we can't say for certain just yet what kind of lord he is, perhaps someday we'll have the opportunity to put his lording to an end. Until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. All across Navezgane, one can find the horrific remnants of a nuclear war and a zombie apocalypse. Completely charred and desolate landscapes, rundown homes and businesses, clusters of the undead, hopelessly clinging to their last memories of humanity. What's even more horrific, however, is being entirely trapped within this hellscape by something one cannot shoot their way out of, run away from, or do anything about. Let's take a closer look today at the nuclear fallout zone. Welcome to episode 9 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. The nuclear fallout zone, or radiation zone, or if you want to be meta about it, the border of the map of Navezgane, is a terrifying and actually really perplexing place. In a square-ish shape surrounding Navezgane County, the radiation, presumably from nuclear fallout, is so intense to this day that nothing but the zombies can withstand it for more than 10 to 20 seconds. So what exactly caused this? How long ago did this happen? And what does its presence mean for all of those still left in Navezgane? Let's see if we can't piece something together. When one approaches the nuclear fallout zone, it's likely they'll receive no warning, unless they happen to be traveling by what's left of the roads. Many of the roads leading into and out of Navezgane to this day bear a warning of what's to come should one attempt to leave the relatively safe county area. Caution, high radiation area, road closed. These signs, accompanied by flashing traffic lights and flanked by sandbags, are all that stand between roaming survivors and death even more certain than that behind them. Given the presence of sandbags and the nature of the roadblocks, it's most likely these were set up by military personnel or local law enforcement. Probably both. This means that there was still at least some military or police presence even after the bombs fell. I'd wager it's very unlikely anyone else made it to Navezgane from then on, given the massive amount of radiation surrounding it. It's likely these roadblocks were manned for some time, but as it became more and more clear that nobody was coming to help, that staying at their posts was almost pointless, these positions were abandoned, probably years ago, and the armed forces occupying Navezgane spread out, thinned out, and were eventually snuffed out by a menagerie of means. In any case, they're long gone now, so let's take a closer look beyond these signs. Moving on to the actual zone itself, there are a couple of details that seem like a good place to start. First off, its shape. The radiation surrounding Navezgane surrounds it, almost perfectly. Though the shape has changed several times throughout versions of the game, it currently looks something like this. There are only a few ways this could happen. The first possibility is quite simple: sheer luck. We don't know the extent of the devastation from the apocalypse and war to the world at large, but we can at least surmise that there are other survivors outside of Navezgane, given the plane that drops supplies into Navezgane on a regular basis. Where this plane comes from, who's in it, why it's dropping supplies, who the supplies are for, how it's even able to fly safely into Navezgane through the nuclear fallout zone, which extends quite high into the sky. These are all questions that have plagued and perplexed me for far too long. But, given this is our only sign of life from outside of Navezgane, we can surmise that the situation beyond is grim. We're probably talking nuclear devastation on par with what we see in the Fallout series. Meaning, Navezgane is actually quite the lucky haven, a place just far away enough from other targets that when the dust settled, it had received a slap on the wrist compared to the rest of the area. This lines up quite well with an old description of the game which describes Navezgane as a rare Eden in a world of devastation. If we take that at face value, there must be other areas like it out there, reasonably nearby, in fact. Otherwise, the plane that passes through Navezgane wouldn't be able to do so on such a frequent basis. The other possibilities are a lot less likely, but worth mentioning nonetheless. It's possible Navezgane's relatively untouched area is no coincidence. Perhaps the Duke, as discussed in the previous episode of this series, was even more powerful pre-apocalypse than we could have imagined. If he had the right amount of influence with the right people, maybe he could have ensured defenses were in the right place at the right time, supplies were where he needed them, the timeline fit his agenda. Unlikely, but given the extreme mystery and whispers of ludicrous powers, wit, and resources he may possess, I'm not ready to entirely rule out that he had a hand in ensuring Navezgane was left to its own devices. Otherwise, we could always go back to one of my less popular jokes from the video that started this series. We're an android. This is all an experiment, and none of this is real. But I think we'll stick with Navezgane getting lucky for now. If we move forward assuming that is the case, that Navezgane was just in the right place with a small enough population so as not to be a prime target, with the right natural barriers, that it ended up surrounded by but not affected by nuclear fallout, there's still another detail worth discussing pertaining to the radiation. It's potent. Like, stupid potent. Chernobyl incident ground zero potent. In fact, even worse. Far worse. I cannot express enough how deadly this radiation is. To put it into perspective, the crew members that stayed near the reactor overnight when the Chernobyl nuclear reactor melted down survived up to 3 weeks after their prolonged exposure to its powerful radiation. The radiation all around Navezgane kills even the sturdiest survivor in less than 30 seconds. At the deadliest spots at the beginning of the Chernobyl disaster, one could receive about 20,000 Roentgens per hour. That's a fancy and sort of outdated way of saying a metric ass load of radiation. Now, it's worth reiterating that the Roentgen is a bit of an outdated unit of measurement and doesn't apply to humans quite as well as it applies to air, but that's not super important right now. What is important is perspective. On average, Americans will receive about 0.7 Roentgens per year, mostly from natural background radiation. But even standing directly in one of those aforementioned Chernobyl hotspots for several hours, one could survive for another 24 to 48 hours after, theoretically. It would take upwards of 100,000 Roentgens per hour to cause somebody to lose consciousness so quickly. Now, I know comparing a nuclear power plant to dozens upon dozens of nuclear warheads isn't entirely fair, so it's worth mentioning nuclear bombs tested in the 1960s were capable of outputting hundreds of times more radioactive material than Chernobyl. But knowing all of this, we can get to my point. The radiation from nuclear fallout caused by atomic weapons usually dwindles to manageable-ish levels within roughly 5 weeks. It varies, but that's a fair benchmark. 5 weeks. So, how is the radiation surrounding Navezgane still orders of magnitude stronger than Chernobyl at its worst? Based on the decay of buildings and structures, evidence we can find either pointing to or alluding to a timeline, vehicles we see, even weapons we can find, sort of. They're kind of all over the place. Anyway, all of these things point to the apocalypse starting somewhere in the ballpark of the early 90s? Based on old descriptions of the game, people will disagree with that assessment, but even if we use that description as our starting point and assume this all began in 2013 instead, it's been at least 7 years since the bombs fell, based on evidence we discussed in another episode of this series proving it's at least the year 2020 in-game. The radiation from even the most powerful nuclear warheads would be manageable by now. At least, it certainly wouldn't kill you in 30 seconds flat. It just doesn't really make sense. The landscapes we can see affected by this incredible radiation don't look like they were just hit with a nuclear warhead. But as I alluded to, there is one thing about them that may help us here. Much of the landscape surrounding Navezgane does seem to be quite jagged and of a higher elevation, making Navezgane County a bit of a bowl. Perhaps this would help in some way to shield Navezgane from distant blasts of nuclear warheads. It theoretically could also allow nuclear fallout to collect a bit more into this area, maybe, but not nearly to the extent required to collect so densely as to leave radiation levels this high still. So, what else could it be then? What else could possibly invisibly sustain such massive amounts of radiation in such a neat area for so long? It could be that there's something special about the kinds of bombs or number of bombs that dropped in this war. Maybe Navezgane is even luckier than we thought. Whatever the case, we probably aren't going to get the chance to hike out and find out for ourselves anytime soon. Even if you manage to make it further into the nuclear fallout zone, speaking above table for a moment, the map just ends. Okay, back to the table. Perhaps there's somebody out there who might know more, who might be able to shed some light on this incredibly dim situation for us. Maybe the White River Settlement or Duke's Casino really are out there, waiting for us to find them. There's certainly plenty of evidence for both of them existing, just seemingly not in the playable area in Navezgane County. But people must be able to get to them from Navezgane somehow. Perhaps one day we'll get to see for ourselves, and we'll have the opportunity to learn more about this bizarrely powerful and articulate nuclear fallout zone. Perhaps one day I'll stop beginning sentences with the word perhaps. But until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. Where were you when Navezgane was plunged into chaos? Were you busy at work, hoping this would all blow over? Were you out getting groceries, stocking up at the behest of doomsdayers and apocalypse preppers? Were you at home with your family, counting your final precious hours? Did you leave before the bombs fell? Were you atomized before you knew what hit you? We could only be so lucky. We were here. We were the survivors. Welcome to episode 10 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who did make it. Throughout the entirety of the safe haven of Navezgane, one can find the remnants of the last days of those who lived and worked here. Most corpses you'll find, whether inanimate or walking and trying to eat you, are in what might have once been their homes, their workplaces, their refuges. As we've explored the story of Navezgane throughout this series, a frightening picture has emerged. It seems the nuclear war, the zombie virus, the chaos, it crept up on the world slowly, little by little changing the world and its inhabitants, until very abruptly, a boiling point was reached. Nuclear warheads launched, the dormant zombie virus spread its wings, sirens sounded, and governments warned their people to shelter in place, wherever they were. The apocalypse was now. Even in Navezgane, one of the last places in the United States where the aftermath of the war wouldn't kill you within seconds, survivors of the apocalypse fell one by one to the virus, and to each other. If you weren't already infected and doomed to zombieism when the shelter order was placed, you were probably sheltering with somebody who was. If you were fortunate enough to not find yourself in this situation, you still had to contend with others like you, people who were scared, hungry, and desperate. Those who through luck, skill, or circumstance, or more than likely a combination of all three, were left still standing in the aftermath perhaps a year or so after the shelter order. Those were the survivors, and this is their story. From the perilous deserts of Navezgane to its forested refuges, one can find makeshift encampments of those who may have lasted the longest in this apocalypse, apart from the couple of gangs and traders we can still find, that is. Shelters built from the rubble of completely destroyed buildings. Military tents surrounded with whatever they could assemble for protection. Survivors did what they could with what they had. But there are a few commonalities that become apparent when you visit all 16 of the survivor sites throughout the county. Firstly, many of them boast impressive makeshift radio towers of some kind. Ramshackle, sure, but considering how many there are, it's quite possible several of these camps were in communication with each other and maybe even the outside world. It seems a logical goal to strive for in this setting, trapped behind a thick wall of radiation, but knowing there was something better beyond based on the supplies airdropped in by a regularly functional plane, assuming this plane has been making its run for some time. Quick side note, in the video that started this series, which is only mildly cringy, a lot of people in the comments have claimed that they know for sure what kind of plane flies overhead and drops these supplies, that everyone else has got it wrong. I personally think it's a bit of a silly endeavor to try to place it exactly. It's very low res and low detail, but I also have to admit I'm really curious to see if a closer look will provide a bit more consensus, so here's a closer look. If you're one of the many people who's commented about it in previous videos, drop another comment on this video. I'm curious to see what people have to say. Anyway, that's just something I've been meaning to address due to the sheer volume of comments on my videos that have focused on the plane. But back to our story. Is it possible that these supplies began coming in because people in Navezgane made contact with someone? A functioning military base? A city in a much better state than Navezgane? A curious idea, given that if this were the case, the people radioing out have long since gone silent. The only inhabitants of these camps are the undead now. Perhaps the last of them didn't turn too long ago. Maybe whoever is sending in these supplies is holding out hope that they'll hear from Navezgane again. Maybe someday we'll get to be the ones who answer that call. Another obvious but still noteworthy feature each of these camps boasts is some form of wall. This seems at first like a given in a zombie apocalypse, but the implications of all of these sites having one are actually much greater than a surface glance provides. Some of these walls are simple fences. That could be quite a task under current circumstances, but it would be far from unachievable given the raw materials and unused pieces of houses and structures occupied only by zombies in Navezgane. What's really baffling are walls such as these. Cars turned onto their side or stacked onto one another. Multi-story structures connected and reinforced. Metal bars and stairs assembled amongst it all. How did people achieve this? There aren't any functioning construction vehicles to be found in Navezgane, especially anywhere near these camps. It would be possible to move these cars and put this all together entirely by hand with the right system of ropes and pulleys to do the work in terms of physics, but you would still need quite a bit of manpower. None of these camps boast more than half a dozen formerly human inhabitants. Is it possible the survivors worked together? Traded, traveled, and aided each other? I mean, it's possible, but I think the reality of the situation is a bit more grim. In the tense world of gangs and connivery that formed in the apocalypse, I find it unlikely people were sticking their necks out simply for the sake of helping out their fellow survivors, at least not for long. It's more likely that these camps once housed many more people. The zombies we see now are just a shell of the former numbers of these camps and their affiliates. And then we have several sites such as this one. Here, a large military tent houses proper and ostensibly at one point functioning computer and communication equipment. But what's more interesting is the pile of bodies at the center of camp. It doesn't appear the inhabitants, or at least what's left of them, were soldiers. They look like scientists or doctors. It's possible this was once a makeshift hospital. Perhaps they were working to treat those with the virus or even learn more about it so as to send their findings out via their makeshift radio communications. It seems at this site at least, these efforts went on for some time, but their resources ran thin. Supporting personnel who gathered supplies and protected the camp fell, probably one by one. Eventually, the body bags ran out, the power ran dry. Plans to help those they could and properly bury the rest became a hole in the camp where corpses were piled. Whether things got truly dire before or after these remainders turned, well, we can hope it was the former for their sake. And this isn't the only site like this. It seems when communications were lost and the military and government personnel still in the area were on their own, they continued to do what they could. At most of the survivor sites, there isn't much evidence alluding to how things eventually went wrong, though most of them had quite simple entrances that weren't exactly zombie-proof, so it could have gone any number of ways. While some may have fallen to the horde, others are much more empty than their counterparts. It's possible that the final straw for some of the camps was just a lack of supplies. As things got more and more tough, people had to scavenge further and further out from their camps. Casualties worsened, people didn't come back, and those left behind probably survived as long as they could on their own until the virus took them as well. Another interesting side point at this juncture, this is actually some interesting evidence to support the theory of this being a Walking Dead style of virus, a theory we've toyed with in the past. If I recall correctly from 80 years ago when I watched most of it, if directly exposed to the virus in large quantities via something like a bite from a zombie, one could turn over the course of a few days or even a week. But this zombie supervirus is so extremely transmittable that by the time the apocalypse came into full swing, as we see it now, pretty much everybody had it lingering within them, only to activate and reanimate them post-mortem. Take this camp, for example. 2 tents fully sealed, only 1 occupant within each of them. But both occupants are now undead. It's possible they were certain they'd been exposed and decided to zip themselves away from the others in order to protect them. But I find it more likely that these tents were where they chose to die, and when they did, they returned involuntarily. Because, I mean, if they were certain they were critically infected and wanted to protect their friends from themselves, why not just leave? Or take the quick and easy way out? Why seal yourself in a flimsy tent? It just doesn't seem likely. Furthermore, in the mobile home-esque structure at the other corner of this camp, there are 2 zombies also completely sealed away. Interestingly, military personnel. Some of the sealing elements in question aren't exactly tough, but they look undamaged. There's simply no evidence that the Horde busted its way in here and did what they do best. It looks like a situation similar to the inhabitants of the nearby tents. So, with all that, it seems that a Walking Dead style infection might be the most plausible case here. That topic could be, and probably will be at some point in the future, a video of its own, but the locations featured in this video just suggested it too strongly not to talk about it here briefly. So with everything we've just explored, let's fit these puzzle pieces together and try to see a complete picture. As the combination of zombie virus and nuclear war came to a head, the people of Navezgane were ordered to shelter in place, wherever they were at that moment. It wasn't too long before help began to arrive in the form of ground troops, medical staff, and radiation specialists. Navezgane didn't receive much given its low population, but there were people there to protect, just as much as anywhere else. Unfortunately, when the dust and radiation settled, Navezgane turned out to be one of the last quote-unquote safe bastions for miles? Within the state? The country? It's hard to say exactly. As we've discussed in previous videos, things rather quickly went awry. People began turning, both into zombies and on each other. Gangs formed, looting, a struggle for survival. Many died exactly where they were ordered to hide. At work, at home, in their local grocery store, be it from the Horde, the virus, or their neighbors. Some civilians and military personnel managed to survive for some time, years even. They built fortified campsites, homes from which they could go out and scavenge for supplies and sleep moderately more safely at night. At first, these sites were rather successful. 16 were established across Navezgane, and many managed to acquire or assemble communication equipment. Despite the world around them having ended as far as they were aware, they pressed on. Doctors and scientists studied the disease and treated those they could afford to. Soldiers guarded those personnel and civilians and fielded supply missions. All throughout Navezgane, the remnants of civilization lingered. It still lingers, but every one of those campsites now only houses corpses, some more animated than others. But those people possibly did something immeasurably helpful for us. They may have established contact with the outside world. They may be the reason supplies are still airdropped into Navezgane. There may still be something better out there for us, and thanks to those harrowed survivors, that something knows we're here. Maybe in the future we'll have the opportunity to be the next, and maybe last, to take up that mantle. Maybe there's a way out. Only time will tell. So until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. The county of Navezgane, Arizona, based on the average housing and potential careers available in this sparse area, was a relatively simple place. People worked, people went to school, drank, occasionally took their kids to the park. But some citizens of Navezgane led much more interesting lives. There were the wealthy few, tucked just away from the common folk, who made their nests here and burrowed deep, perhaps in more ways than one. Today, for our first installment in the Stories of Navezgane series in Alpha 20, we're going to dive into the complexities of a new addition to Navezgane. And boy, am I excited for it! We're going to make a few connections and a few assumptions that I haven't seen anyone else make, and possibly crack the code of the origins of the zombie virus and some of the most pivotal characters in the story of Navezgane. Today, we're going to explore House Modern 18 together, equal parts luxury and mystery. Let's see what secrets it has to offer. Welcome to episode 11 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who did and didn't make it. A wealthy individual is driving home. They spent some time making the proper arrangements. They pass by their neighbors sitting outside. They wave politely as they pull up to their gated driveway. They pass through the gate, enter their garage in the empty spot to the right, and the garage door shuts behind them. They won't be seen for several days. One could assume that if they were to get a peek into the garage, they'd see our mystery multimillionaire step out of their car and enter their exorbitant abode, kicking off their shoes and enjoying the finer things in life. One would be wrong. For despite the brilliant sculptures and fountain in the front, the pool, fireside lounge, tennis court, and gym in the back, despite the lavish 4-bed, 2.5 bath, 2 living room, 1.5 kitchen estate, complete with a home theater, wine cellar, and office, in this housing market, sheesh, they won't be spending much time here. Well, not up here. Seem familiar? Well, the easiest way to find what I'm alluding to would be for our imaginary one to peek back into the garage shortly after our mysterious magnate has come home. This isn't a test. Even before the apocalypse, the car they arrived home in would have just disappeared, leaving nothing behind but a suspicious iron outline in the concrete floor. So, now what? One wrong move, one noise too loud made, and the hidden horde within this hazardous home begins to hurry toward us. Quickly dash through the halls, past the kitchen, then the living room, bust into the master bedroom and through the master bath, and there, just beyond the home office, you'll find it. A mysterious ladder leading down. With no time to lose, as an increasingly concerningly large horde approaches from within, close the hatch and head down. You'll find yourself within a hall of tubes and vents. Another crash, time to move. As you rush through this narrow corridor of brick, several more crashes echo on concrete as fresh undead emerge from the final hiding places of their previous lives. Rushing past an eerily still-lit red light in the back of the home theater, you'll come across a disturbingly busted vault door. Slam it behind you with all your might and you're here. What looks to be a security checkpoint. For what? An old spotlight dimly attempts to illuminate you and hide the 2 slits in the wall behind it. Years ago, this is where you would have been gunned down. But it's been some time since that was a possibility. Now, there's nothing here but the remains of what must have been a last stand. Open the final door before you and the true mystery of this estate is revealed. Now, we've found what we came here for. There's a lot to unpack, and it's even more harrowing than the journey to get here, so let's start with a tour. Other than the small horde of undead that now call this home, down here the first thing we'll find is that mysteriously vanished car from the garage above. It appears a secret lift would bring our opulent operator right down to their secret bat cave. Nearby, weapons, food, and other supplies, likely a husk of what was once stocked here, line some shelves. Just beyond this, another vault door reveals a staircase leading directly up to the interesting mystery room just beyond the garage above. This was a security tower. Elsewhere on this level, a very simple bathroom and kitchenette, and a set of desks and monitors. What they were doing here, we'll have to come back to that. A mere hop, skip, and jump away, we'll find another office of some kind. Given the only decor here are a few simple clocks and a wine cabinet, Perhaps this once belonged to a middle school principal. I'm sorry. The next area over is where things get really dark and interesting. In what I can only describe as a drug lord's prison cell, 2 well-decayed bodies and several ratty mattresses line the concrete, draped with rusted chains. In the next room over, we'll find the only other room prisoners here probably ever got to see. A once bright standing work light, a single table and a chair, a cork board, and one more chair stood beneath another light and directly in front of a very large battery. I probably don't have to spell out for you that this is an interrogation room, and not a very friendly one at that. I don't think anyone played the role of good cop down here. Unfortunately, things don't get too much better further below. A large generator room once powered this entire facility, and just beyond that, in the remnants of sandbag walls and boxes, an armory, still locked up tight. And I mean an armory. If we're looking at the remnants of what was once stocked here, security was taken very seriously. And finally, beyond exposed infrastructure and utility, we'll find the last piece to this very puzzling puzzle. A technically walled-off area, viewable from above. Here, a lone target stands guard over decaying corpses and a coffin. Given the layout of this area, it looks to me as though someone would stand about here, at this table, with a weapon, and execute people? And then they'd be buried. Right here. The last thing they saw, a bright light and a muzzle flash. It looks like this coffin was to be filled and buried right here. But it's not the first. If we're sneaky, we can actually find that there's another, already 6 feet below. There are almost certainly other nooks and crannies to this entire estate, not discussed thus far, but that's the gist of it. And now we get to take a step back from the table and assess what the hell was going on here. And what does it mean for our story of Navezgane? Well, somebody was taking people. They held them prisoner, questioned them ruthlessly, threatening and likely executing on those threats to shock their prisoners into submission and compliance. Then, when a prisoner's usefulness ran dry, one way or another, they were executed and buried right here, within the lair. So, then, what was someone trying to dig up, metaphorically speaking? Who was asking the questions? What did they want? To be honest, there aren't any in-your-face answers to be found here. At a glance, it appears to simply be an underground lair where one would hide away from the world with their sick and twisted hobbies. But it wouldn't be so fun if there were an easy answer, would it? I think now is a good time to shout out a big thank you to a certain commenter on one of my other videos. This person left a comment on my Best of 2021 video. Please go watch it if you haven't already. I spent a lot of time on it and I'd really appreciate it. That led me here. They pointed out their awe in the face of House Modern 23, which doesn't exist, but I think they were trying to lead me here. Point is, Hunk believed this location, probably this location, to be connected to the origin of the zombie virus and to certain characters within the lore of Navezgane. I think they're onto something, so let's roll with that. And thanks, Hunk. As for the who of this story, there are a few context clues we have to work with, albeit all of them are pretty loose, but I mean, when has that not been the case? Firstly, the location. This not-so-humble abode is nestled deep in the deserts of Navezgane, where most of the evidence of the Apache tribe's existence here can be found. And interestingly, just a few stone's throws away from the original location of Higashi Pharmaceuticals. Higashi has been moved as of A20, so take that with a barrel of salt. But it's still interesting. Second, as we've seen, this isn't the first wealth-ridden home with a secret bat cave below it. The first installment in this series covered what I've dubbed the Mountaintop Mansion, where some kind of research was being performed on the zombie virus? Yeah, it's a lot. Finally, so far there are only 2 individuals in official and very findable lore in-game that could possibly be connected to this operation other than the traders, but I'm gonna rule them out. There are several corporations and organizations that could fit the bill, but only 2 people. The Duke and Noah. I'm gonna go out on several limbs here and even touch on that first Stories of Navezgane video, so bear with me for this upcoming theory. It is a stretch, but I genuinely believe it to be the most concrete story anyone's got so far. though please direct me and correct me in the comments if you think I'm wrong. I believe that the Mountaintop mansion actually belonged to Noah, and this house belonged to the Duke. This fits everything we know narratively, as Noah is the only individual in Navezgane who has directly helped the player character, portraying him as a good guy, meaning also that the secret lab underneath the Mountaintop mansion was most likely looking for a cure to the zombie virus, as I've theorized in the past. Also, thematically, this portrait we've discussed once before is labeled Painting Noah, and we've hypothesized that this is in fact the very same Noah that helps the player character whenever you start a new world. But the color scheme, predominantly white, perhaps alluding to the winter biome in Navezgane? And where is the Mountaintop mansion? You guessed it, atop a wintry mountain. Now I know we're getting a little national treasury here, but it keeps going. As we've discussed in another previous episode, this portrait is labeled in the game files as Painting Duke, and it matches pretty well with the imagery on Duke's casino tokens used as currency in Navezgane. And what colors do we see here? Yellows and oranges and some browns. This alludes to the desert biome, I'd wager, right here, where this house lies. Again, I know this is all a little bit of a stretch, but I'm not the first to make that last color correlation. The fandom wiki entry for the Duke has actually pointed out this possible desert connection for some time, and here it is. That same wiki page also postulates that perhaps if Duke's casino were ever added as a location to the game, that it would land in the desert biome. That hasn't happened, not yet, but now we have this. And then there's the Apache connection. Though we're making a few more assumptions, the Duke seems to be connected to the tribe. Most likely he was one of them, perhaps even a sort of leader among them. With all of this taken into consideration, I thoroughly believe this is the former home of the Tyrant of Navezgane, the Duke himself. That then begs the question, what was he doing down here? What was he trying to learn? Well, now we've set up a true rival narrative. Noah versus the Duke, diametrically opposed forces of good versus evil? Maybe. But if we move forward, assuming that Noah was looking for a cure to the zombie virus in the snow-capped mountains of the north, the next logical assumption in this narrative would be that the Duke was working against him. And though there's no evidence here of the Duke creating the zombie virus or aiding in its creation in any way, not only have we posed that possibility in the past, in the very early stages of the game's development, it was strongly alluded that that was the case. Or that at the very least, the Duke was benefiting from the virus. I think what we have here is some pretty strong evidence of the Duke's involvement in the origins of the zombie virus. He wasn't dumb or reckless enough to have such a thing lying beneath his bedroom, but he was cunning enough to get away with imprisoning his opposition here. In the creation of a zombie virus of such a threat to humanity, certainly would-be whistleblowers and second-guessing accomplices would sprout up in the process. The Duke just couldn't have that. So he took them here. He imprisoned them, tortured them, buried them, and when he was able to get his hands on one of Noah's people, the people most actively working against him in the literal and figurative underground, well, that's where the battery came in. The Duke needed to stay 2 steps ahead. He needed to know every move Noah and his team were making, and this is how he got his information. This is how he won. So I know I've thrown a lot out there in this video, so let's wrap things up, as we always do, with a concise summary of what we believe we've learned today. In the years preceding the end of days, as various countries aimed epic devices of destruction toward each other, a different war was being fought under everyone's noses, right here in Navezgane, Arizona. 2 forces raced to a climactic finish. The Duke, kingpin of the Apache tribe and supervillain extraordinaire, wanted more. He saw where the world was headed and wanted to secure his place in the inevitable wastes of humanity's folly. He wanted power, an army, a dynasty, and he built it on casino tokens and pathogens. As the Duke worked toward this end, one brave man headed the operation to thwart him, Noah. As the Duke plotted and schemed in the south, Noah worked in the north to find a cure to the Duke's zombie disease before it was too late. The Duke tested his disease, slowly at first, but it spread like wildfire across the country and likely the world. Noah assembled his team in response, built a secret laboratory beneath his own home, and studied the disease for all it was worth, working his way towards stopping the Duke before the bombs fell and humanity was forced to face 2 extinction events at once. The Duke caught on to Noah, and though he wasn't able to stop him directly, he was able to secure the right people with the right information to get ahead. He put his dissenters down before they could scream. He whittled away at those who would oppose him, ruthlessly. Noah came close to succeeding, but it was too late. The Duke's virus had spread too far, the bombs dropped, and Navezgane became one of the last bastions of hope for humanity, with the Duke at the top, just as he'd planned. Noah and some of his people survived. They formed a settlement of their own, the White River, and to this day may still be working to take down the Duke, the man with his hands in the end of the world. But then, besides where this all ends, there's still one more question left in this tale. If the zombie virus wasn't developed here, beneath the Duke's home, or here, beneath Noah's, then where? Who helped the Duke develop his army? Where did the undead menace begin? I think that's a story for another time. So until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. So I was working on my next Stories of Navezgane video. No, that's not true. I was definitely just playing solo again because I have a problem. When I came across this sign, I'm sure I've seen it a million times before. I'd wager most people who've played the game have too. It shows up a lot. But for some reason when it caught my eye this time, it caught my attention too. So I went on a bit of a hunt. I found a tool that would allow me to plot radiuses on a map and plotted out each of these locations and their respective distances from Navezgane. Interestingly, all 4 of these locations are in New Mexico, whereas the imaginary county of Navezgane is supposed to exist in Arizona. Well, sure, I thought, but according to this sign, these New Mexican cities are hundreds of miles away, so no problem, right? Well, when we look at this map, there's not a lot of room in these radiuses in Arizona, which means if Navezgane is in Arizona, it's gotta be pretty close to the New Mexican border. Granted, these distances are measurements of lengths of road leading to the marked locations, which these radiuses don't necessarily measure. But taking twists and turns and stretches around natural landscapes, these radiuses should actually be even smaller. So now that you've joined me down this rabbit hole and for some reason followed along my thought process thus far, let's suss out together. Is there a real-world location we can point to and say, right there? Is Navezgane based on a real city or national park? Or would its real-world location, if it exists, fall in the middle of nowhere? Where exactly is Navezgane, Arizona? Typically here I'd run my usual intro for the Stories of Navezgane series, but this isn't really a Stories of Navezgane video. It's a bit too meta. So we're gonna jump right into it and I'm gonna take you on this absolutely silly journey with me. If you'd rather just skip to the answer, I'll include a timestamp on screen for you here. So after plotting those radiuses, I began guessing and checking. I had a reasonably small enough area within Arizona to start plotting lines from one of the cities on this sign to wherever. There are tons of Native American communities, monuments, reservations, etc., spanning our beginning search area. So I kinda just started. This Hopi reservation lines up with the distance to Albuquerque, but not much else. Perhaps the Navajo. No, this is 50 miles too close to Santa Fe. Maybe Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. No, it matches some of the landscape we see in Navezgane and the supposed distance to Santa Fe, but is definitely too far from Roswell and Alamogordo, at least as the crow flies. Wait, as the crow flies. These distances are measuring miles of road to each of these cities, right? Cue me spending way too long trying to find out exactly how road signs are measured. The short answer? Yes, it's a measurement of actual road, not perfect distance, but no, it's usually not a measurement to city limits, but actually to an arbitrarily important place in a city, such as a town hall or whatever the city considers its center. Many, many years ago, it was usually the town's post office. Knowing this, I continued meticulously guessing and checking road distances to various locations in our radius. No. Nope. Still no. Nah. That's not right. This isn't working. Time for a different approach. Instead of guessing and checking, I started looking for anything in Navezgane that could perhaps have a real-world parallel, or even be inspired by a real location in Arizona. This is when it got really interesting. There isn't a lot to go off of, but there are a few other signs and locations in Navezgane that might help us out. There's Dead Man's Gulch, a spillway lake. There's Apache and Arrowhead. And Maple Road, very helpful. National Forest signs, Ansel Adams River, 73 north/south, and 260 east/west. Well, we gotta start somewhere. Dead Man's Gulch does actually exist. Sort of. But unlike in Navezgane, it's not such a steep and drastic canyon. Dead Man Gulch, or Deadman if you like fun, is a hiking trail in Colorado. That doesn't really give us much, but funny enough, it is trail number 420. And on the USDA website, the supervisor's office listed is in Alamogordo. Possible connections or memes aside, this doesn't really get us any closer. Spillway Lake is just a lake. A spillway has to do with the control of water at a dam, overflow and such, and seeing as there's no dam in sight near our Spillway Lake, this is probably just another dead end. Now, I'm not exactly sure what this sign is supposed to be telling us. Arrowhead and Apache. If we follow the road in the direction of Arrowhead, we'll shortly find a small residential community. Perhaps Arrowhead is the local name for this community. As for the direction of Apache, down this dirt road, we land on a similar answer. An unmarked, populated area, this one a tad more downtown-like. We already know there's a strong Native American influence in Navezgane, so this doesn't really get us anywhere. As for Ansel Adams River, I don't believe there's any real-world parallel. Ansel Adams was a photographer of the mid-20th century made famous for his black and white nature photography. His most famous photos, it turns out, were of Yosemite National Park, so another dead end. Well, mostly. An interesting connection, perhaps. Ansel Adams' most famous photo, the one on screen now, actually vaguely resembles the winding Ansel Adams River in Navezgane. Perhaps the landscape design for this river in Navezgane, in some areas at least, was inspired by this photo. When we get to the road signs, though, we finally make an interesting discovery. 260, or State Route 260, a real road, connects to State Route 73, also a very real road, at an intersection in a small populated and very real area known as Indian Pine. At first I thought this might be a great place to start checking again. Maybe this is where Navezgane lies. But it gets better when we follow State Route 73 south, because what do we find? White River. Along the road here, known as Chief Avenue, we'll find a church, a high school, a Burger King, some of the more recognizable locations in Navezgane. I mean, you'll find all three of those things in probably most cities in the United States, but it's still a neat thought. So we found it. Probably. White River is a small town of approximately 4,000 on the Fort Apache Indian Reservation in Navajo County, Arizona. And to be honest, that population kind of matches what I've always imagined Navezgane would be home to. Perhaps Navezgane County's real-world parallel is Navajo County, Arizona. It all lines up pretty well. The White River settlement, faction, or location, or whatever you want to call it, in Navezgane, which we've surmised is led by Noah, opposing the Duke and his reign, gets its name from the real-world theoretical location of Navezgane, White River. That's pretty cool, but let's just double-check. Oh, okay, that's a 10-mile discrepancy between White River and Albuquerque, and our in-game sign's proposed distance. I think I might have taken a wrong turn. A 12-mile discrepancy to Santa Fe, another 10-mile discrepancy to Alamogordo, and another 12-mile discrepancy to Roswell. Well, that's interesting. Okay, though, maybe we can still save this. It's no longer in-game, but apparently there used to be another sign in Navezgane with distances to Phoenix, Yuma, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles. Let's try that. Okay, only a 7-mile discrepancy to Phoenix. Still not great, but within the realm of reasonable. An 18-mile discrepancy for the distance to Yuma, 26 miles for the distance to Vegas, 10 miles for the distance to LA. So this kinda sucks, because White River, Arizona seemed like such a grand slam find. It lines up so well. There are, of course, other areas nearby real-world White River, other reservations, communities, monuments, and such that could do the trick, and are near enough to White River that we could still draw that connection, but after a longer amount of time than I'd like to admit spent playing the guess and check game again, I've come up short of another answer. So, perhaps instead, as this is quite a different video than my usual Stories of Navezgane, we just take this as a win with a grain of salt. White River, Arizona, the real-world location of Navezgane. Probably. If we take our timeline from the video I'm flashing a card for now, we know that it is at least the year 2021 in 7 Days to Die, and can surmise that shit really hit the fan around 2013. That being the case, that leaves about 9 years of wiggle room between the fall of humanity and the maps we've been looking at in this video. Perhaps roads changed, routes diverted. It's a bit of a stretch, but such changes could theoretically explain away some of the lesser discrepancies between real-world distances and those portrayed in Navezgane. Although, it's important to note that Navezgane, Arizona is, in fact, Navezgane County. It's not a single city. All of those measurements were made specifically from White River. So, theoretically, depending on where in Navezgane or where in Navajo County, Arizona, one might place the dot on the map, we might be able to move our first point around so as to make it fit most of the aforementioned distances from real-world locations. Not all from the same spot, granted, but you could do it. Yeah, that sounds nice. We found it. Mostly. Let's leave it at that, so I can finally put this weird tangent project to rest and move on to what most of my subscribers subscribed for. To any new viewers, if you enjoyed this video, please feel free to check out my Stories of Navezgane series, where we deep dive various topics and locations in Navezgane and try to formulate a mostly cohesive story for this storyless game. To my returning viewers, thank you so much for sticking around and enjoying these silly endeavors with me. Your feedback, your thoughts, likes on the videos, and the ideas you leave in the comments always brighten my day. And finally, as always, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you out there in the wastes. Oh, also follow me on TikTok. I've been posting some funny stuff there. Alright, goodbye. With mysteries abound, a relatively tall building and its property line occupies an entire block of the northwest side of Gravestown, an aptly named desolate husk of a commercial hub, now little more than bombed-out ruins and memories. This tower stands as a testament to the history of Navezgane, the only building in Gravestown either untouched or unbothered by the apparent explosive destruction the rest of the area suffered. Interestingly, there are only 2 other buildings in Gravestown that show little to no damage from shelling or bombing, and both of them lay just across the street from our tall, dark friend. Don't mind the bear, he's just very parched. So what does this mean? How has this building alone withstood the tests of both bombardment and time? What stories lie within this tower, and what do they tell us about the greater story of Navezgane we've been piecing together thus far? Join me, and maybe find the answers to some of these questions as we explore Higashi Pharmaceuticals. Welcome to episode 12 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Whew, it's finally here. Stories of Navezgane, Higashi Pharmaceuticals. Apologies if there's a slight echo, I'm currently getting ready to move and my office is a little empty at the moment. Anyway, I know you guys have been waiting for this one, and a mere 40 hours of work later, and here it is. Wait. Did I actually collectively spend a whole work week making this thing? Oh boy. So anyway, you can find my Patreon at... I'm just kidding. Now I'll start by throwing some thumbnails and titles of previous videos on screen. If you aren't a regular viewer of the series, I'd strongly recommend going back and watching these first. You don't gotta watch the whole series thus far to understand some of the plot connections and story elements we'll be discussing in this video, but without watching these videos in particular first, I might sound like I'm a little crazy. Or maybe that'll be even more so if you watch all of those videos. Anyway, if you haven't already, I'd strongly recommend you go and give those a watch before diving into this video, because this is a juicy one. Starting from outside, as we gaze upon this menacing beacon of Big Pharma, the first noteworthy feature is that of its apparent condition. As mentioned, Higashi seems to be the only structure in Gravestown not bearing the scars of the apocalypse. There are a few busted bollards and heaps of scrap metal spewed about the perimeter of the building, but the tower itself probably looks exactly the same as it did when the first bombs dropped. Something to keep in mind as we venture in. As we step through where glass front doors once stood, we're greeted in the lobby by a large, abstract sculpture wrapped in red. The entire lobby is adorned in black and this same red. Okay, come on, this looks like the entrance of an evil lair. I mean, seriously, black and red? It's a great combo, but I feel like Darth Vader's about to step toward me from behind that counter and tell me he lied about leaving me alone. Anyway, here on the first floor, businessmen and women lay in undead sleep in offices where they once worked and just outside bathrooms where they may have at first hid themselves as the world came to an end. Here we'll also find our first signs inside of any kind of destruction within the building. It looks like this floor just wasn't up to evil villain code. Ascending one of the escalators, either one, really, neither one of them works, and it's not like you're gonna get in anyone's way if you go up the wrong direction. We arrive on the second floor to find a scene much like that just below. Offices, break rooms, and lounges, more professional undead piled up in the only places they could shelter themselves. In what appears to have once been a conference room, door now wide open, a group of zombies appear to be continuing their efforts and holding the longest business meeting of all time. Taking the long way round, past inaccessible elevator shafts, we pass by a lounge with an interesting sign. Kurabu. Kinda sounds like Caribou, my favorite coffee chain. Crossfox blend. Excellent espresso. No, sorry. Kurabu actually roughly translates to club in Japanese, it seems, so yeah, this was probably just a small employee lounge. Past long dead plants and a row of luxuriously evil red couches, we'll find the stairs, our ticket to the third floor. In classic 7 Days fashion, we'll find the next stretch of stairs has collapsed, so we'll have to find another way up to the fourth floor eventually. The third floor seems to be entirely dedicated to the inner workings of Higashi, filled with offices and facilities dedicated to and for lower-level employees. Many, if not most of which, appear to still be clocked in. That's gonna be a lot of overtime pay. Other than the evil minions cafeteria and human resources, which, by the way, appears to just have been one dude with a really long desk. No, I'm kidding. This entire floor was probably HR. There's not much else of note. Well, sorta. Interestingly, there seem to be a lot of pictures of Noah on this floor. Given what we've surmised thus far of the story of Navezgane, and some of the assumptions some of us may have about the nature of this place going in, that's really odd. However, after generating a couple of test worlds, I can confirm that what picture spawns at any given point there's supposed to be a picture is actually random. So, this means essentially nothing. Still kind of funny though. Sneaking or bullet showering our way past or through a still loyal undead horde, through a mostly destroyed doorway hastily boarded up past human resources, we'll find one of the elevator shafts is accessible. We'll have to either leap of faith or carefully shimmy our way to the nearby ladder though, so don't look down. Or do. There is a secret stash of military equipment down there, which is odd. There's a hefty hole in the wall at the bottom of the shaft with nothing but a mostly empty shelving unit in the adjacent office hiding this treasure, so this was probably somebody's little rainy day fund. Luckily for us, they never got the chance to use it. Climbing the ladder up to the fourth floor where it can take us no further, we arrive at the chem lab, and this is where it starts getting really interesting. Here on the chem lab floor, the black and red facade is dropped and replaced by what was once probably a hazardous yellow. Business suits are traded for hazmat, cubicles for testing chambers, and bookshelves for laboratory equipment. And instead of lounges, here we'll find strange large cylinders with large viewing portals of glass to their fronts, some empty, some still occupied. Most of these chambers are lit by a single fluorescent tube light, although a single chamber in its own dedicated room is lit ominously red. Each of the chambers is surrounded by grates, perhaps for drainage, and are, or at some point were, occupied by people. Well, depends on your definition of a person. Within at least one or two of the cylinders are rotting reanimated corpses, ostensibly test subjects of some kind. But what was being tested exactly? Why the hazmat suits, and why are the test subjects so monstrous compared to the rest of the undead occupying this space? Well, I have my theory, and hopefully that's why you're here. You see, if we run with my theory of the Duke, his plans, and his struggle against Noah, these specimens were indeed once human, probably infected with the zombie flu plaguing the entire world. The hazmat suits were necessary for anyone who might come in direct contact with them, because these were candidates for the Duke's army. Trapped in a cylindrical chamber, probably submerged in an inert solution, these people probably volunteered for clinical studies seeking a cure for the disease that threatened all of humanity. They were scared and desperate. They didn't read the lengthy and jargony waiver they signed when they agreed to these studies, and they had no idea they were being tested not for a cure, but for a use. The Duke saw what was coming and saw an opportunity for perhaps the maddest power grab anyone had ever seen. With Higashi, he had the resources to take these zombie-like, mindless, terrified people and experiment. Experiment with radiation, various chemicals, possibly even with other diseases, attempting to create the ultimately strong and mindless soldier. One that would charge directly into certain death for him, not with pleasure or with pain. One that felt nothing at all, or at least was in so little control it didn't matter. Here, I believe, the Duke used Higashi to create his army. Perhaps those in the know at Higashi were aware of what was really happening. They were promised a spot at his side when the end came and the Duke was supreme. Perhaps they were unwitting participants, genuinely believing they were fighting the good fight against a hideous disease. It's still possible I'm off the mark with the Duke's involvement here, Noah's part in this story, Higashi's part, but all signs I'm reading point to this story, so we're gonna keep rolling with it. Assuming that is in fact what was happening here, one big question remains. Was he successful? Did Higashi succeed in creating the Duke's perfect soldier? Based on the oldest Fun Pimps video we've got, discussed in a previous video of mine, it's possible the zombie hordes in their current state are the Duke's army. That his plan succeeded and he has the secret formula to control them, to send them our way periodically to remind us just who we're messing with, just who we're disobeying, but there's not really any evidence of the Duke having that kind of control of the undead. None of them seem to be capable of wielding any kind of weapon, and in the silhouettes surrounding the Duke in that aforementioned video, it's pretty clear they're doing just that. So, currently, with no evidence to the contrary, we'll assume the Duke can't control your everyday zombie in Navezgane. But that doesn't necessarily mean he and Higashi didn't succeed. Anything further here would be purely circumstantial conjecture, so we'll keep moving. Jumping through holes in walls, winding our way through the remnants of these test chambers, we'll find a busted window granting us access to some construction scaffolding outside, where a trio appears to be putting on some sort of high-stakes, undead acrobatics performance. A single perilous leap and we'll find another hole in the wall leading us back to the stairs, onto floor 5. The hazardous yellows of before are now replaced by a fittingly chemical green, as we're now on the chem storage level. And it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Fortunately for us, this level is a bit less occupied than others. A bit. Here, utility and hazardous materials workers infrequently litter the ground, accompanied by large vats, all of them now empty, apart from the occasional poor soul that made the decision to hide within one of them. Without much to go off of on these, we cross the center of this floor, a maze of large pipes that once fed who knows what to floors above and below. This maze was once the beating heart of the twisted schemes discussed prior, but there isn't much new to learn here. There is another cache of weaponry beneath the stairs though, but you'll have to make your way past former employees to get to it. Emerging from this maze into a drab corridor of more infrastructure, we can make our way along a few catwalks that lead to a cramped green office. Fortunately for us, it seems some way or another, whoever once occupied this office managed to make their way up, and even left us a torch to signal our summit. We'll climb up their ladder to the penultimate floor of the building. On the 6th floor now, we arrive at the DNA testing facilities, which in this context is Pretty horrifying. To our right, 2 large vats and a small control station, but the path is blocked. So we circle left, past a cramped office of some sort and a small server room or another control station of some kind. Man, those HR guys really had it good, huh? As we continue our circling of the 6th floor, we'll shortly find the magic. Half a dozen more tall, hulking husks that were once human. If we aren't careful, they'll smash open the glass viewing ports of their testing stations and assault any living being that crosses their path. Interestingly though, they don't seem to mind any longer the former hazmat suits, doctors, and utility workers that kept them here years ago. So, what exactly is going on here? DNA testing? For what? Full disclosure, I'm not a medical doctor of any kind, surprisingly, but I'll do my best to make some mildly educated guesses. DNA is essentially an organism's manual for how it should develop. It's like the instructions you get for building IKEA furniture, except not terribly vague, and instead of building a cheap shelf, you're building a living organism. So, if below they were conducting tests and trials directly on zombie virus-infected people, up here it's likely they had several goals pertaining to the Duke's Dream Army. First, they were probably looking for candidates most susceptible to their tests and goals. If I'm reading them correctly enough, recent clinical studies have shown that variations in DNA can play a larger role than we once thought in immune responses. That is to say, genetically, some people would be better predisposed to being perfect zombie soldiers than others. Here, they tested for the best candidates, once again probably under the guise of seeking a cure for the flu ravaging the entire world. It's also likely Higashi was at or near the forefront of gene editing. See, in the recent past, a revolutionary tool called CRISPR was brought to the scientific world's spotlight. This is a real-life lore, but I promise it's relevant. CRISPR is capable of manipulating DNA, piece by piece altering the organic instructions for creating a living being. To my understanding, CRISPR was first used successfully in 2012. 7 Days to Die was released in 2013. Coincidence? Maybe, probably. Either way, the science for modifying DNA does exist, so why wouldn't Higashi have it? They were not only developing a way to turn their patients into perfect zombie-like soldiers, they were attempting to make the process perfectly replicable via DNA editing. Maybe. There's still some room to argue that they were, in fact, seeking a cure for the zombie disease, and I'm way off the mark, but given the consistency of zombie whites within the various testing chambers, I'm still sticking to this story for now. As we navigate our way past these unfortunate test subjects, passing by 2 separate chambers containing boars, interestingly enough, we'll enter the central chamber of the DNA testing facilities. We'll have to pass through here. Within this particular chamber, we'll find 5 people. Just normal people, sans the hazmat suit. Well, not people. They're definitely zombies now, but these aren't the horribly scarred whites we've seen crashing through the testing chambers outside this room. These were probably candidates for such tests. Once hopeful they could be a part of finding a cure, now left to rot, still waiting on those lab results. We'll leave them to that, exiting this facility and making our way to this open elevator shaft. We can walk along the top of the rusty old elevator and climb the ladder up once again, now to the 7th floor. Funny enough, here at the top of this tower, we arrive at the trials facility, the most regular hospital-looking floor in the entire building. Immediately before us, there are bathrooms on the right and a reception desk greeting the elevator. To our left, there's a waiting room or lounge of some sort with a single busted window. To continue, we'll need to carefully climb through it and navigate part of the roof of the structure, as well as several eager undead and angry dead birds, to another busted window on the other side leading into an office of sorts. From here, we can start to make out what might have gone down on this floor years ago. In this small office, several simple chairs glimpse through thick glass into an even smaller enclosure. A hospital bed, a small computer setup, and some medical charts are all that occupy this room. Well, except for the former patient. The medical charts seem to depict brain activity. I'm no neurologist, but if I had to place a guess, these are either scans of different parts of the patient's brain separated by y-axis, or they're showing large changes in activity around the precentral gyrus? I don't know. The part of the brain that controls voluntary motion. If the latter were true, it's very likely that one of many trials occurring here had to do with eliminating a subject's ability to physically control themselves. Something one might argue is quintessential to being a zombie. If this is the case, it may be that the subjects undergoing these trials were completely aware of their surroundings, their actions, and probably retained some level of control over, maybe, speech? But they'd be vegetative. Zombie-like. Further evidence that zombies as we know them in Navezgane have their origins in this building? Or perhaps this is a case of Holden reading way too deeply into a minor detail. I'll leave that up to you for now. Wandering away from this possible nightmare and meandering through the halls of this level of the building, we'll find many more scenarios much like the first. Simple setups of hospital beds and charts depicting similar situations in other brains and spines. There's one other detail that we simply cannot overlook, however. In the halls, in the closets, around corners, and lining the walls, there are dozens of body bags littering the floor. The big question about these is, were they here before, or did these pile up in the days after the world began to crumble? My best guess? Both. At the northeast corner of the trials level, we'll find a room that seems to be dedicated to a dozen body lockers, or mortician's drawers, coolers, whatever you want to call them. The room is quite cramped, as 11 filled body bags occupy the side of the room opposite the lockers. I'd wager these lockers were often filled and emptied and filled again in the initial phases of this level's tests. With the infrastructure that once took care of the bodies crumbled, however, there was nothing to do but lay them elsewhere in this room. As people were ordered to shelter in place, slowly the bodies piled up. Patients, visitors, staff, one by one, they too fell to the zombie disease, or to dehydration, or starvation, or perhaps even to each other. Though the bodies could no longer be taken away, there were still enough body bags to go around, so they ended up wherever, in unceremonious piles, until there was nobody left to zip them up. Those are who we still see undyingly occupying this level. Those who outlasted the rest. It may not be all doom and gloom, though. Just outside of the largest medical room on this level, we can find a couple of chairs, a cooler, and a still-burning barrel. On the other side of the ledge these sit upon, a makeshift tent, some luggage and trash, and a makeshift chemistry station. Perhaps a couple of people were able to survive out here for a while. Maybe they were able to descend the tower and escape. Maybe they took their fates into their own hands and, well, were pretty high up. Okay, it could still all be doom and gloom, but there's evidence at least someone lasted a bit longer, and there's no evidence they died out here, so maybe. Back inside, we pass a cozy corner office and once again find our friends the stairs. It's time we hit the roof. At first, the roof seems to actually be the most pleasant place in this building. Or on this building? Restrooms, a kitchen, lounges, pleasant patios, gardens, and even a billiards table make this seem like it was some kind of penthouse suite. Though the lack of any kind of bedroom insinuates this was more so a place for the Higashi elite, clients, and other people of import to hang out and discuss business, like taking over the world or something. It's quite likely the Duke himself once stood here, with a nice aerial view of Gravestown, plotting, sipping on a martini or whatever villains drink. There's even a healthy stash of weapons, ammunition, survival supplies, all sorts of goodies stowed away in what was once probably some sort of mail or delivery room. It's unclear, however, whether people hiding out up here ever had access to this room. Taking a peek around, we can find over a dozen people hiding away on the roof. Construction utility workers, business people in suits and dresses, and even a few people in casual clothing, perhaps candidates for trials or even visitors. Some people seem to have been hiding from something behind couches and walls, while others seem to have perished right where they were relaxing. Military? The Horde? It's hard to say what did these people in, but the majority of them seem to be at the very top of the building, on a helipad. Desperate survivors with their pets and what luggage they could muster probably died one by one huddled here, all waiting for a rescue that would never come. For what little it's worth, it seems those who spent their last days here at least had it a bit better than those below them. Maybe they even got to enjoy the show as the area was bombed out all around them. That's pretty horrific actually, but hey, what else is there to do in a World War III zombie apocalypse? So having explored Higashi Pharmaceuticals in its entirety, let's put together the full story as succinctly as we can. Years ago, Higashi was synonymous with health and medical advancements in Navezgane. In this building, tests and trials were conducted that once probably saved thousands of lives and alleviated the pain of many. However, as the end drew nearer and nearer, one man known to us now only as the Duke made the right people the right offer. Drug trials and research into cancer shifted quietly to further the Duke's plots. When the zombie virus grew into a fully fledged global pandemic, people flocked at the opportunity to receive state-of-the-art experimental treatment. They probably thanked their lucky stars that such a wonderful place as Higashi Pharmaceuticals was based right here in their county. But the truth was kept hidden. As souls were lost in the pursuit of a perfect, mindless soldier, they were easily waved off as casualties of the epidemic. The bodies piled up, but nobody batted an eyelash toward Higashi. They were working toward a cure, of course. They couldn't save everybody. This disease was nasty, and it would take time and resources to come up with a cure. But eventually, it all came crashing down. Nuclear strikes accompanied by exponentially growing hordes of the undead ravaged the entire planet. The supply chain was broken. Shelter-in-place orders were made as authorities scrambled to send troops where they were needed most and to destroy what they couldn't secure against the growing undead threats. As the city of Gravestown was bombed out below them, the occupants of Higashi's tower did all they could to survive. They hoarded their office snacks, coveted what water remained. They sheltered and prepared for the bombs to strike their building too. But they never did. For some reason, Higashi seemed to be the only building here that wasn't targeted. In fact, even more so, it seems it was very specifically avoided by the bombs. Was someone in command holding out hope that Higashi could have a breakthrough? Was it deemed too important to risk losing? Or was this perhaps also in the Duke's plan? Did his power and influence extend so far as to ensure his people weren't targeted? There's no way to tell for sure. But either way, Higashi stood. Those within managed for some time, but as we've learned, it's very likely the zombie disease in the 7 Days to Die universe is Walking Dead-esque. Meaning, most everybody has it, and anybody not ludicrously fortunate enough to have some form of natural immunity or to not come into contact at all with somebody already infected would rise again sometime after their human life ended. So as people succumbed to their fates within the building naturally, or test subjects escaped their chambers, eventually anybody who didn't make it either out of the building or to the roof met the same fate. Those who had made it to the roof probably survived the longest, desperately clinging to some hope that a helicopter would fly in and pick them up, take them somewhere safe. Perhaps one did arrive. Maybe some people did make it out. But with every supply chain of every kind, everywhere, broken, even if this did happen, the helicopter's trips would be numbered. And so it was. The Duke's means to his master plan fell to the apocalypse, not with a bang, but with a painfully slow whimper. And that concludes the story of Higashi Pharmaceuticals' tower. But there's still one big question left unanswered. Did Higashi accomplish the Duke's goals? Did he find his perfect soldier, or some way to control the horde of undead now occupying the entire planet? For now it seems that's a story for another time. So we'll leave those left here to their unrest. So until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. Before the world experienced multiple ends, before zombies roamed where people once stood, before bombs of epic destruction laid waste to all progress of humankind, there were signs. Many saw these signs. Many more couldn't. Among those that did, only a select few could do anything about it. Some built themselves bunkers. Some stocked up on essentials for survival. Fewer still may have just lucked out. Today, we'll attempt to discern one from the other, as we uncover the mysteries of Butcher Pete's. Welcome to episode 13 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Just barely tucked away in the frigid north of Navezgane, just a brief drive south of Navezgane's high school and coliseum, one building stands out just a little from the rest for its height and interesting color. Butcher Pete's lives just across the street from Doggo's and PB Paper Mill, as well as sharing a parking lot with what appears to be a small vehicle depot of some kind. Perhaps trucks once pulled into this lot to drop off deliveries, but now an ambulance is left to rot at the dock. Another ambulance hides just beneath Butcher Pete's, parked between two gates connecting the small depot to the shop. This is only the first of the many we'll be exploring today. For, quote, simplicity, unquote, We're actually going to start at the small depot across from the namesake of this video. Just beyond the ambulance in horrible disrepair, parked next to a stack of body bags, we'll get to that, we can enter this structure through a doorway. And immediately things get just a little bit shady. All of the windows are hastily covered by tarps or sheets. And to our right we'll find the probable why. Just beyond the now rusting gate, a small operating table? A dim blue glow from a screen showing x-rays illuminates the rotting remains of some poor individual left here. A simple gurney and some rudimentary lab equipment is all that's left to remark upon, other than the select few zombies slumbering here. So, obviously, what? What's going on here? Why would an ambulance bring anyone here to butcher Pete's? And why is this structure really here in the first place? Was Butcher Pete a doctor as a side hustle? That doesn't make much sense. And besides, a guy that goes by Butcher is the last person I'd want in charge of my health. Unfortunately, without any other clues to go off of for now, we'll descend a gurney-friendly walkway down to the lower gate, maneuvering past a large generator and hazardous waste. Stepping outside and squeezing past the other ambulance, we'll enter Pete's basement, and here things continue to surprise us. Down here, we'll find remains of the animated and inanimate variety amidst a healthy plethora of gear. Weapons, ammunition, armor, fuel, a generator, a makeshift chemistry station, medical supplies, food, tools, rotting corpses, body bags, toxic waste, everything you'd need to survive the apocalypse. Mildly eerily, however, the majority of bloody skeletal remains and filled body bags occupy the main storage room, surrounding a very secure crate. Were these, as well as the now zombies, people who once fought over these supplies? Were these residents? Customers? Or perhaps just lucky looters that managed to find themselves where supplies were when Navezgane became one of the last, quote, safe, unquote, bastions on Earth? It's still hard to say, so we'll shimmy our way up to the service ladder of a surprise elevator connected to the rest of the business and abode above. Ascending that ladder, we'll land in the attic of Butcher Pete's via a hole in the flooring above. The hole appears to have been intentionally designed, meaning somebody meant to keep this access of the elevator shaft a secret, but left it there should the need arise. In the attic, we're greeted by even more bloody skeletal remains, the abundance of which growing ever more concerning, as well as mannequins. Plain, white, dirty mannequins. Arguably worse than the corpses. Regardless, there's a slightly less secret hatch and ladder leading down. Descending it will land in a cramped and sparse walk-in closet, made all the more small by a large gun safe. Connected, an even more cramped bedroom, certainly for one. It appears this floor was where Pete resided. His dog still occupies the modest kitchen where we can find, oh great, more remains. This time on a table. Perhaps we don't read into that. Perhaps we just make another joke about how cramped it is up here for such a large building. I mean, look at this bathroom. Ugh. Quaint single-bedroom apartment for rent. Wonderful view and excellent use of the 600 square feet of space. $2,000 a month. Sorry, too real. Outside this quaint living space, we'll find a lengthy stairwell leading down to the second floor of this building where... Oh. Okay, I guess there's no more skirting around this, is there? A large dining table flanked by a dozen chairs, several bookshelves and drawers, and two oh-so-creepy skulls is littered with human remains. Well, mostly human remains. There does appear to be at least one animal in the mix. Yep. Bloody, torn apart, skeletal remains. Okay, so like cannibal cult? I'm leaning toward cannibal cult, to be honest. Oh, and below there's just like a regular shop that sold meat. Yeah, we get that. But back up here, what the hell was Pete up to? We could give him the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps he had mouths to feed, and he fed them from his stock of meat here until there was nothing left. Nothing but the zombies. Those who didn't make it. If that were the case, you can almost empathize with the decision to resort to cannibalism. It's horrible and terrifying, of course, but there are plenty of cases in real-world tragedy where it's become a last resort. I'd love for that to be the case, but that's almost certainly not the story being told to us here. Why would Pete have an entire floor of his home dedicated to this? A large, eerily decorated dining room with a restrictive elevator? And he clearly lived alone. There's hardly enough room to live in for just him and his dog. And the small depot across the way... Unfortunately, I believe this has been going on here for some time. Allow me to explain. Before the veritable end of the world, Butcher Pete's was the best in Navezgane when it came to meat. Working directly with Bob's Boars, Pete sourced much of his product locally, and the small town folk of Navezgane liked that. Pete was so successful with his business, in fact, he was able to expand. He had a small depot constructed in his backyard to bring fresh meat in by the truckload. He expanded his abode floor by floor, until he had enough room to live modestly on his own while also housing an impressive dining space for guests, business associates, and meetings. Maybe he even rented it out as a conference room, some easy extra income. But pork wasn't the only thing that Pete built his fortune on. Most importantly, Pete catered to those with much darker, more taboo tastes. This wouldn't be the first time we've seen signs of the occult in Navezgane, and it likely won't be the last. Either by cover of night or under the facade of temporary storage, human corpses were delivered directly to Pete's abode. They were processed and stored along with the pork and beef and tucked away from the prying public eye. You pay the right people the right amount of money not to ask questions, you can make most anything happen. So, Pete indulged in the taboo with the wealthy and strange of Navezgane, secretly feasting on the dead of the area meant to be cremated or buried. With the casket closed as it's lowered into the ground, who would ever know? When the ashes were delivered, how could the recipients ever tell they weren't the ashes of their loved one? Upon secrecy and cruelty, Pete assembled himself a clientele of the occult, living above and running his butchery under the noses of all of his neighbors. All who weren't involved, that is. When the bombs dropped, when the zombies began to roam, Pete was already prepared. When you cater to the rich and twisted, you hear their whispers of the end times. You make the necessary arrangements. And given his twisted side hustle, I'm assuming Pete had half this stuff lying around anyway. So as the world plummeted into chaos around him, Pete continued to dine on his favorite dish. He hunkered down in his fortress home, possibly for years. But in the end, the horde gets everyone, one way or another. In this case, let's hope that's true. Let's hope that Pete is among the undead trapped in the secret nightmare of Butcher Pete's, lest we run into him ourselves in the wild lands of Navezgane. But until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. It's a beautiful day in the not-so-freshly updated Alpha 20. I haven't made a Stories of Navezgane video in a minute. Most people subscribed to my channel are here for that, so I should probably do that. Well, there are still a ton of new locations to explore with the update, a bunch of reskins. I still have an overarching grand story to kind of get back to. What should we cover in this one? Oh, I know! A location that's been in the game forever! Welcome to episode 14 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. In every 7 Days player's journey of exploration, there comes a time when they must push past their fear and apprehension, dive deep into the maw of the beast, overcome overwhelming concern and find out what exactly lies within the bear's den. Then, shortly thereafter, there usually comes a time for them to go back and retrieve their gear after being torn apart by bears. For where dirt forest path meets pavement, an intimidating sign can be found outside of a 2-story building. Face the bears. Drink for free. If that sounds exciting to you, seek help. But let's head inside and see what the fuss is really about. Just through the front doors, we'll find a rustic but cozy bar setting with a modest amount of seating and amenities, as well as a few unfortunate undead that found this as their final unresting place. A pool table and dartboard to our left, some seating to our right. Just a few steps further and we'll find the downstairs bar, 7 old ratty bar stools and half a dozen kegs being most of what remains here to tell us that. Beyond the bar, just half a floor down, we'll also find several large tanks towering over an open floor of kegs and supplies. So this was also a proper brewery. A small corner desk and a long since functioning elevator hide off to the side. The strange thing about this area, though, is that there are several hazmat-suited undead nestled in corners laid on the floor, and even within one of the now unfortunately bone-dry tanks. So what exactly were these people doing here? I can imagine some safety equipment being necessary when fermenting large quantities of alcoholic beverages, but this seems a bit excessive. Did these people seek refuge here once after they lost communication with whomever sent them to Navezgane? Were these just really well-prepared survivors of the multiple apocalypses? Something to consider. Perhaps more importantly, though, no bears yet. We gotta find the bears. Back in the open, sorta sitting area beyond the bar, there's a staircase leading to the second floor, torn to shreds and barricaded by makeshift spike traps. It seems somebody may have made a last stand here. Let's head up. On the second floor, we'll find what we came here for. The bears. There they are. Bears. The bears are still here, in all of their zombified glory. That, in and of itself, begs several questions, but for now, let's assess the situation that lies before us. 2 very large and very zombified bears, still trapped within their cages, flanking the upstairs bar area, still actually fairly well stocked, not with alcohol, but with survival supplies. A full dining area where patrons could drink freshly brewed ales and eat overpriced and oily bar food made in the tiny kitchen in the corner by some hairy guy who survives on Red Bull and cigarettes. Sorry, for those who have worked in a restaurant or are currently working in a restaurant, that might have been a little too real. And several reanimated corpses still lingering here. There are also a couple of bathrooms opposite the bar, probably in a pretty similar state as they were in before the end of the world. Unfortunately, nothing of interest on the roof, aside from a hidden stash and some poor individual that somehow managed to hide within the air conditioning unit. Or maybe this is just where the waitstaff went to scream. If you know, you know. It is interesting, though, to try and place some of the few known characters in here before the end of the world. Perhaps the Duke came here from time to time to remind the locals who was in charge, but it's more likely he was sipping bourbon atop Higashi. Even still, though we don't officially know much of anything about the Duke, it's pretty clear he knows the area well and probably had or has a lot of influence in Navezgane. If he in fact owned a casino, it probably wasn't the only business he owned. Maybe he owned the Bear Den. The facing the bears thing kind of tracks when you think of it that way. Perhaps Noah came here to unwind after a long day of metaphorically chasing the Duke. From what little we know of him, I like to think that he was well liked here. Hell, maybe the 2 big players came face to face here once or twice. Suddenly, the bears upstairs taking the number 2 spot on the list of the most terrifying situations inside. Oh, also there's actually a really cute deck out back with an open mic. But now we arrive at the questions I came here to address. Given the state of the place and its occupants, what happened here, and what's going on with the bears? Obviously, before the end of the world, it was a local tavern with a dangerous gimmick. Whether or not people actually faced the bears is one thing. Maybe the bears were very well trained, and anyone who had the guts to get in the cage with one was in very little actual danger. Maybe it was a fine print sort of deal, where if you had the balls to get up near the bears and hang out for a minute, you'd just get a single free beer in return for the inevitable entertainment you provided the rest of the clientele. Or perhaps this business was a front. The bears were an ingenious disposal device, and here the Duke rid himself of the evidence of his evil doings by... What? Either way, the bears are still here, and I'm not sure that's a coincidence. I mean, yeah, it's unlikely anyone thought at any point, oh boy, the world is collapsing around me, I'd better get to the bar and let Cuddles and Bubsy out of their cages. Those are their canonical names now, by the way. If you call them anything else, you're just wrong. But it's clear there at least were all kinds of people roaming Navezgane post-apocalypse. Who's to say some bandits or survivors didn't set up shop here and keep up the tradition? Bears and beer. It'd explain why the place is entirely dried up of anything to drink, and the fortifications and various small defensive measures, though that could also just be due to general looting, maybe rioting, but there are also a couple of rotted corpses, one in each bear cage, and I have a feeling they didn't get there until after the series of apocalypses that wiped out most of humanity. If they were here before, well, that wouldn't be very good for business. Either way, these poor bears were left in their cages as, unbeknownst to them, nobody was ever coming back to feed them. They died, left to their own devices, but they're back. They're zombified. We've briefly touched on the machinations of the zombie virus in the past, how it infects people, how people turn, how long the virus itself has been around. There's a lot to unpack, but this is a pretty clear example of animals succumbing to the same fate as people to the virus, which actually tells us a lot about the spread of the virus. Even if you were to stay home, isolate yourself entirely from the rest of the world, it still might get you via your dog, a rat. Hell, if animals experience similar symptoms humans do when infected, any wildlife anywhere near you is gunning to make you the next victim. And these bears, it seems, were no exception. Without a keeper, without anyone to take care of them or let them out, they likely didn't make it very long after the last call. And now they await the next poor player that isn't expecting them, readying themselves to bust through their iron bars and crash down into the first floor for a hearty meal. But we, knowing better, will leave them to their undead unhibernation. Because I think it's about time we start thinking about how this virus really works. Though Cuddles and Bubsy aren't gonna be able to tell us much themselves, I think there are a few places we can go to at least find a few pieces to the puzzle we're missing. So until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. All around the globe, societies have collapsed. Medical facilities were overwhelmed to a breaking point. Labor shortages caused those fortunate enough to have access to running water, electricity, fresh food, to suddenly know what it means to live without. As the bodies piled up, the piles quickly grew out of control. Military efforts were a last resort, and they too reached a breaking point. Suddenly, one apocalypse wasn't enough, and humanity, in all its progress, made sure it would make no more. So, how did we get here? The bombs are one thing, perhaps another time. So how did we get here? Perhaps it would be better put as, how did they get here? The answers aren't all there for us to find in-game, but we have enough material to build a framework. So today, let's take a closer look at the zombie virus itself. Welcome to episode 15 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places and concepts in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories to the zombie virus itself, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. I'm gonna go ahead and begin this episode right off the bat with something that comes up very frequently in the comment sections of the Stories of Navezgane videos. Yes, we can say with a fair amount of certainty that the zombie disease is in fact a virus, as opposed to bacteria. To be clear, we can surmise this from the headlines we can find on newspapers scattered about Navezgane. This is the relevant paper. The Daily News reports on a flu epidemic, probably sweeping across the nation, if not the globe. Now, this could be unrelated to the zombies, but given the image on the front page depicting a very green-looking man, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's not. So we have a sort of direct correlation between this flu and the zombies. The flu is in fact a virus, influenza to be specific. Now, there are many types and subtypes and groups and subgroups of the influenza virus, so it's actually not all that crazy to imagine that the virus that caused the zombieism we see in Navezgane would be identified as a flu, a new variant. But, I can hear you typing, when you become infected in-game, you use antibiotics to cure the disease. They wouldn't help if it were a virus. And you're correct. If what you were treating with those antibiotics was the zombie virus, they wouldn't do much for you. But the reason they work is because it isn't the zombie virus you're treating. You see, in-game, when you develop an infection, it'll usually come from being hit by a zombie or zombie-like creature. But this isn't the only way you can develop an infection. The infection you might incur in-game is actually a bacterial infection, like you might develop in any open wound. This is why antibiotics remedy the symptoms. Now that that bit of housekeeping is out of the way, taking these things into consideration, it's actually quite likely that the player character has some sort of natural immunity or at least resistance to the zombie flu, and this isn't at all a far-fetched idea. Most people actually have a natural defense for every possible virus we may encounter now or ever, thanks to T cells and B cells and a whole bunch of other complicated stuff, but sometimes the virus can still win, especially if it's a particularly deadly one. If you'd like to learn a bit more about how the human body fights viruses and bacteria and the like, I highly recommend this Kurzgesagt video. A card is appearing in the top right corner of your screen too. It'll help you visualize a bit what I'm getting at here. So we're only 3.5 minutes into this video and we've successfully established that the disease is in fact a virus. Great. But what else can we surmise about the virus? How did it spread all across the world? Why is it so incredibly efficient and, frankly, good at what it does? And how does it do what it does? Let's get weird sciencey. Based on these images we can find in Higashi, Deshong, and other locations containing medical facilities, it seems the virus is doing something to the brain. That isn't too shocking, but what exactly could it be doing? Well, as I've stated in previous videos, I'm no neurologist, surprisingly, but these images may be showing activity around the precentral gyrus, the part of your brain that controls voluntary motion. Being that's the only area that's showing significant activity, it seems safe to say that the undead are in fact quite dead. Sort of. I mean, their brains are still doing something, so are they? Let me introduce you, or perhaps reacquaint you with Ophiocordyceps unilateralis. You might have heard of it. If not, prepare yourself for quite a trip. Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, or the zombie ant fungus as it's more commonly known, probably because the former is a goddamn mouthful, is a type of fungus that enters the bodies of ants, usually as a few single cells, begins reproducing, and then begins, in a sense, forming a system of tubes that connect individual cells to each other in order to share nutrients and, in a sense, communicate. When this fungus successfully infects an ant, it grows rather rapidly, siphoning off nutrients from its host. Eventually, it forces the ant to climb a plant stem near its nest. It stops the ant at around 25 centimeters, usually a place with the perfect temperature and humidity for the fungus itself to grow. And it forces the ant to lock its terrible little mandibles around a leaf or some part of the stem to lock it in place. An involuntary but self-locked handcuff. Or face cuff. Ugh. Eventually, the fungus, well, sprouts from the ant's head and begins raining spores down on the rest of the ants below, spreading the zombieism. Perhaps most impressively, the fungus usually doesn't even touch the brain when it does this. It directly takes over the muscles of the ant. Eventually, the neurons in the ant's brain that give it control over its own muscles just die. The ant is at least sort of still alive. Its brain, according to Ed Yong, reporter for The Atlantic, is still in the driver's seat. But the fungus has the wheel. Whether or not this is also the case in the zombies of 7 Days to Die, hard to say. Perhaps we'll come back to that another time. But this isn't science fiction. This isn't the setup for some video game. This fungus is real. So, in real life, we have a real example of a fungus that pretty stereotypically zombifies a living creature and intentionally, intelligently perhaps, spreads itself to others. But fungi are relatively complex organisms, the most complex compared to viruses and bacteria, actually. In fact, viruses are the least complex of the three. Scientists debate whether viruses can even be considered alive. They're mostly just genetic material encased in protein. So how could a virus accomplish such a sophisticated takeover? To start with, it infects both people and various animals, which is quite rare. According to most estimates, there are anywhere between 260,000 and 1.6 million viruses that to some degree affect animals in nature. Of those, only about 219 of them have ever been known to infect humans. That's sort of as much a quirk of how viruses work as it is a feat of the human immune system, but anyway, that means anywhere between 0.014 and 0.08% of viruses have ever been known to infect humans. Let me reiterate, far less than 1% of all viruses we know of infect humans. And here we have a virus that we can observe infecting humans, birds, dogs, bears, and who knows what else. And being zoonotic, being able to successfully transfer from animals to humans, will certainly help with the already quite clearly rapid spread of this virus. Nextly, on the topic of that rapid spread, there's clearly a pretty major cause for concern. There are two big environmental clues we can find in Navezgane that suggest the zombie virus spreads rapidly, probably via airborne transmission, physical contact, etc. The first clue is that, well, pretty much everyone is infected. But the second clue is the hazmat-suited zombies. There seems to be a lot of them. Likely, towards the beginning of the end, the United States government dispatched all available resources to fight the virus, in multiple senses. This is nothing new. The military can and has been used to facilitate the administration of vaccines, keep the peace in times of turmoil, and would probably be some of the first in, other than local law enforcement, if there were hordes of zombies to gun down. This is all to say, there's plenty of plausible reason for these hazmats to be wandering about, and there's more we can learn from them. There are 4 levels of hazmat suits, A through D. D, being the lowest, is pretty much equivalent to what you'd expect somebody on a construction site to be wearing. Sometimes coveralls, a hard hat, maybe some eye protection and gloves, nothing too serious. Level C hazmat is probably a little bit closer to what most people picture in their heads when they hear the word hazmat. A basic respirator, a full-body suit, airtight seal at the ankles, that sort of thing. It's possible the hazmat suits we see in Navezgane are in fact level C, but I'd wager they're actually level B, given the dial on their chest, which to me would indicate a closed breathing system of some kind. Now, many of us have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic that in many cases, a simple N95 mask and basic precautions are enough to drastically improve your odds of avoiding a contagious virus. Sure, a full hazmat suit would be better, but usually hardly necessary. The fact that there are so many of these high-level hazmat suits meandering about says something terrifying about the sheer contagiousness of the zombie disease. The fact that they're still being worn by the undead says something even more horrifying. Even this wasn't enough. Granted, the models in-game appear to have compromised masks. Perhaps they were mostly taken down by the already undead as opposed to the virus getting them otherwise. Either way, it's safe to say the transmission levels of this virus were unlike anything we've ever seen. And finally, we have perhaps the most unique and effective method by which the zombie virus in 7 Days to Die propagates itself. Undeath. Much like the zombie ant fungus, it seems the zombie virus in Navezgane has its own method of ensuring its spread. When an infected individual passes away, they return, in a sense. Or at least physically, the zombie virus forces them to begin moving again. And what do we observe them doing? What seems to be their only goal? Killing. Specifically, killing uninfected humans. Us. It's likely that this has always been the strategy of the virus, and it's a pretty good one. Infect a host, let that host spread you around for a while before you, mostly, kill that host. Then take over its, hopefully by now, lifeless corpse and use its decaying tissue to physically attack anyone who isn't infected, likely spreading the virus upon contact, and a new self-perpetuating host is unborn. Unlike the aforementioned fungus, the virus very specifically attacks the part of the brain in control of voluntary motion, ensuring its host has no choice in any of these matters. Or perhaps that's the only part of the brain it needs to control. Another scary thing about this virus, because it's so incredibly transmissible, you'd never have to see a single zombie to succumb to it. A handshake, a hug, a simple brushing by an infected individual, or animal for that matter, possibly weeks before the world began to end, you could be the world's most impressive prepper, isolate yourself in an underground bunker with weapons and food and water and all the entertainment you'd need. It wouldn't matter. It's already got you. You would die in that bunker alone. And you'd still turn. And then, because you've locked yourself up all alone, the virus doesn't have anyone to try to spread to, so you'd probably just sit there forever. There's actually plenty of evidence for this in Navezgane, though there aren't too many perfectly airtight examples. We can find plenty of former people locked and sealed away, hidden from any and all zombies, but they've turned. So we've answered one how, but there's another. We know how the virus was so astonishingly successful in replacing most of the human population of the planet, but how, then, did this virus come to be? I've seen some speculation that the evidence of meteorites we can find in Navezgane suggest an alien virus, one that abruptly crashed into Earth in droves and seeped out into unready human bodies before we had time to combat it. But in a previous video, I think I pretty certainly explained that as astronomically unlikely. But anyway, I suppose it's technically possible that such a sophisticated virus could exist, but honestly, for that to happen, it would probably take years upon years, decades even, after human discovery, for a simple virus to mutate into such a well-oiled machine. I think by then, humanity would have found a better way to combat it, or at least there would be signs that the struggle against the ultimate virus was taking place. But perhaps there are signs. Literally, signs. This narrative would explain all of the death-themed businesses and city names. That could be the case. Or the story we've cobbled together thus far in this series still makes sense. The secret underground labs, the shady narco-style hideouts, the good versus evil themes, the suspicious facilities in Higashi. It might be too much to just cast aside. If you're new to the channel or this series, I'm probably sounding pretty crazy right now. I'd highly recommend going back and watching the rest of the Stories of Navezgane, and then I promise this will almost make sense. But in the meantime, what do you think? Was this ultra-virus produced in a lab by Higashi as part of some master plan of the Dukes? Or was this a slow trickle of undeath that eventually entered the zeitgeist of society before wiping those very societies out entirely? Perhaps sometime in the future we'll have the opportunity to find out. Or we'll be left with what we have, any number of answers equally plausible. I guess we'll have to wait and see. So until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. You've just wrapped up your annual checkup at Navezgane's regional hospital. You get in your car and take a right out of the parking lot, then a left. You're heading north. You're heading home. As verdant forest extremely abruptly transforms into bleak winter, actually, let's ignore that part for now, where mountain lions and doomsday preppers roam, you pass by the most mildly interesting building you've ever seen. You've seen it a million times. A 2-story green building with a mansard roof, a large window at the front, a thin obelisk at its side, a low-fenced wall pretending to guard its perimeter. It's a morgue, you think? Or maybe student housing crammed with a dozen half-adults learning how to human. The thought quickly slips away as you drive beyond it, which is probably for the best. If you knew what lay just a couple hundred feet from you in that moment, just barely underground, you'd slam the accelerator. We're going to stay here, though. Today, let's explore House Old Mansard, 02. Welcome to episode 16 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. Examining the perimeter of the house, there isn't much of note, other than the obelisk. To the best of my abilities, I've come to the conclusion that this obelisk doesn't have any deep significance or meaning. It's just an obelisk. It's decorative. It looks kinda neat though. That being the case, we'll venture in through the front door and find a barricaded and defended foyer. Spikes and barbed wire block our paths, so before we head upstairs we'll hang a left and discover something odd. In the corner, a small desk area. Beyond that, a cozy fireplace sitting area, and Jesus Christ, what the hell is that? We have an empty coffin sat upon a countertop of some sort, flanked by a concerningly small amount of clearly human remains. Ah, well there's more. A bit less concerningly sparse this time, but I'm already not loving the looks of this. If we hang a left and continue the only path easily accessible to us, we'll find ourselves in the garage where, upon first glance, our minds may run wild with sinister ideas and conjecture, but the puzzle pieces snap into place all at once. This must in fact be a funeral home. An open casket, zipped body bags. It's clear this was a place charged with the handling of the undead. What? The sheer quantity of body bags stacked on top of one another is a bit concerning, but it seems less likely to me that this was a poorly run business, and more likely that the number of corpses making their way here quickly overwhelmed whomever operated this establishment, and this was simply a preferable arrangement, as opposed to just splaying them on the floor, I guess. Regardless, there's plenty more to explore as we round our way through the kitchen past more boarded up doors, through the pantry and into the into the dining room, where another concerningly small pile of remains greets us atop a table. Did the people here, know Pete? I mean, they could have at least used a plate. Alright, it can't get much worse, right? Surely there's nothing even more concerning waiting for us beyond this spooky staircase leading into the basement. Just to be sure, we'll take a peek upstairs first. Lit quite nicely by the large front window, we'll find a pool table on the second floor. More doors are boarded up, giving us a single path to take as we check things out. As we do, winding our way through closets and holes in the walls, we'll find something a little less concerning than the remains downstairs and a little more perplexing. There's only one primary bedroom up here, flanked by several smaller rooms, none of which are being used as bedrooms. Instead, we find hospital beds, medical supplies, computers. It's almost as if the second floor of this house was converted into a small hospital. Perhaps as the apocalypses ramped up, people would take what they could get. Those operating the funeral home had some relevant medical knowledge and the space to take people in, so maybe they helped out where they could. We've discovered that the few proper medical facilities in Navezgane were almost certainly overwhelmed before they were overrun, so it would make some sense to find this setup here. If we want to stretch our theories even a little further, perhaps in the desperate pursuit of a cure, those most acquainted with death and the dead were called upon to figure out whatever they could. Though, judging by one of the only scenes of note in the attic, it's likely they didn't find much. I guess that's about all there is to find up here. We gotta go down into the spooky basement, don't we? Hold my hand? Well, immediately upon arrival, there isn't anything too out of the ordinary here. The hole in the wall is weird, but it seems to be more common than you'd think at the end of the world. The hole leads to the other side of what I can only assume is a large furnace, which is hiding a stack of books. Seems a poor place to hide extremely flammable objects, but, I mean, they're still here, so who am I to say? If we take a left then, past the... Okay, so we've stumbled upon an odd sort of meeting room? Conference room? There's a podium. Did somebody give speeches here? Let's not jump to any wild conclusions. Maybe this was just a conveniently located space for people to hold really small, really intimate funeral services. Or it's a cult. Yeah, cult stuff. The red wall, the podium, the secretive location. It's all screaming death cult. I know. And what a place for it too, am I right? But the fun doesn't stop there. To the untrained eye, this may seem the end of this journey, but to seasoned survivors such as ourselves, we can tell there's more to be seen here. Mostly thanks to the efforts of this zombie that so helpfully busted through the cloth curtains, backdropping the podium. Behind the death cult funeral service dictator speech room, we'll stumble upon an, at first, unsurprising scene. A small gray room contains some utility, a makeshift chemistry station, chemical supplies, several mortician's drawers, and a few too many body bags. This mostly makes sense given the scenario in which we find this room. What doesn't make sense is why it's here. Why is this hidden away in the basement behind a curtain? It wouldn't be half as suspicious if it weren't so secretive. I think we'll have to continue seeking answers elsewhere, specifically through the next metal door. As we make our way into the next chamber, we're immediately greeted by toxic waste, accompanied by even more piles of body bags and several tapped barrels. If we search the barrels, some of them may contain gasoline, but just as we're pondering what all of this is doing here, we're scared into action by a small horde of the undead barreling toward us on the left. It appears we've stumbled upon perhaps the greatest secret of this structure: a mass grave. Well, mass is a bit extreme. There are only 6 coffins in this rather large hole in the floor, but there are definitely more than 6 former humans quite upset with us for disturbing them here. Speaking of disturbing, well, this room. More coffins are splayed about on the floor and against the wall, accompanied by bloody remains and more body bags. 2 more candelabras flank a horned skull mounted above the next doorway, which just so happens to be heavily fortified. So what the hell is this all about? Did the owners of this establishment decide to start trying to bury away the insurmountable number of corpses coming their way? That would explain the haphazard nature of this setup. Perhaps. I have another idea, but we'll come back to it. Beyond this strange room, we'll find a generous cache of weapons and supplies on the left, just beyond a thick vault door, conveniently left open for us. To the right, what appears to be a relatively simple chamber with storage and a rather bare desk. Finally, at the other end of this room, escape. All we have to do is jump over the mound of sharpened sticks bound together with rope and not lose our grip on the way up. So, we've made it out of this madhouse. Now, just what the hell was actually going on in there? I think there are 3 distinct possibilities. Option 1, a funeral home overwhelmed. Beginning with the least terrifying, I wouldn't blame you for going with this story. All of the fortifications, the weapons, the caches, they're all explained away by the apocalypse. People were just trying to protect themselves. Of course we'd find rooms blocked off and hidden. People were trying to hide. Of course we'd find body bags and chemical supplies and coffins. This was a funeral home. Hell, this would also explain the abundance of corpses walking around and trying to eat us. Bodies were stored here in preparation for whatever was to be done with them. If they began escaping their drawers, tearing through their body bags, attacking anyone within reach, it would get pretty messy, and this would be the perfect concoction of ingredients for a disaster. This story would even explain the makeshift graveyard in the basement. As the corpses began walking again, whoever was still alive here needed to try and put them down for good. If a bullet didn't do it, maybe 6 feet of dirt and a layer of concrete would help keep them at bay. I'm still a bit concerned about the bits and pieces of a person left on the dining room table upstairs, but perhaps it's better if we don't know the full story behind that. Option 2, a death cult. Yeah, we all saw this one coming. I mean, come on, we're better to ritualistically worship some evil deity that craves death than a funeral home. There's an ample supply of death all around, and in Navezgane's story, certainly no shortage of bodies. The sinister red themes, the corpses strewn about, the creepy and mysterious altars, the mass grave. Perhaps this is where the last living inhabitants of this building found themselves, and this is where they sacrificially bid this mortal plane farewell. Perhaps these are those people. This story would also explain the extra security measures and armaments. I mean, what kind of death cult doesn't come prepared to kill? Perhaps they even dabbled in a cheeky little bit of cannibalism. It wouldn't be the first time we'd seen strong hints of that in Navezgane. Hell, this isn't even the first time we've run into the possibly occult. Navezgane seems to be home to many a psycho, and it seems quite possible this was just another one of their hideouts, cleverly masked in such a way that they could hide in plain sight. Now, for this last theory, I'm gonna need you to bear with me for a second, because it's a little out there and a bit more specific than the usual vaguely eerie stuff we find in Navezgane. Ready? Say it. Out loud. Option 3. Vampires. That's right. I believe it's possible this is making vampires canon in Navezgane. If you think about it for a second, this theory isn't too dissimilar from the death cult theory. All you have to do is replace psycho with vampire and it still pretty much works the same, but with a different twist. Instead of ritualistic sacrifice, or possibly even cannibalism, it's a front for bloodsuckers. I'm sure the blood of the relatively recently deceased isn't quite as tasty as it is fresh, but what a way to hide your vampirism. Hidden away in the garage or in the basement, under the pretense of embalming a corpse, a witty vampire could instead be draining it of blood for a healthy snack. The rest of the building can be amply explained by this theory as well. The candelabras scattered about the house aren't just fancy decor for the dead. They're iconic iconography for vampire abodes. The themes of red aren't just a tasteful business choice, they're symbolic of blood. The barrels, both wooden and metal, are there to store said blood. The biohazard warnings on the metal barrels would make perfect sense if they were in fact filled with blood, so they'd blend right in if they were discovered. And the coffins in the basement, they would explain why all of the extra rooms on the second floor were able to be converted into hospital rooms. Nobody was ever sleeping in them. They were resting underground. Right here. And there we have it, House Old Mansard 02. Which story do you think best fits this strange and secretive structure? Was this home to a cult? Was it really just a funeral home made to be grotesque and awful by the undead apocalypse? Or are there really vampires in 7 Days to Die? Let me know what you think in the comments section. I look forward to seeing what you guys think. But until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. Many, many years ago, or in the future, or like right now, the nearish future's past, in a universe very much like our own, or maybe our universe, but not like our universe, more like positioned perfectly atop a pristine plateau just a little southeast of Gravestown, a rather immodest abode bodes an ominous warning. Much like many other locations of interest in Navezgane, this house bears a secret worth investigating. But where is this secret? What is it? What can it tell us about our collective story of Navezgane? Let's find out together as we explore House Old Spanish 01. Welcome to episode 17 of the Untold Stories of Navezgane. In this series, we're going to explore and dissect the most interesting places in the default setting of 7 Days to Die. From mountaintop mansions to fortified factories, we're going to learn the stories of those who didn't make it. From the outside, you would be forgiven for assuming this house to be grander than it actually is. The isolated hilltop, the long driveway complete with dilapidated brick walls, the large patio that stretches most of the length of the house that just screams, yeah, we have money. Funny enough though, stepping inside is a little disappointing. A single bedroom, a single bathroom, a single couch, table, and kitchen, complete with a gaping hole in the ceiling. Such a waste of potential. The basement is stocked to the brim with barrels, many of which are tapped. Maybe this was some kind of getaway for a wealthy wine connoisseur, or just somebody's prosperous but simple retirement. Probably not. As we explore this basement, likely getting wine drunk and searching for anything else of interest, we'll find a literal hole in the wall. But something doesn't add up. Through this hole, we can see the floor is different, and it appears the room we're viewing doesn't fit within the room we're standing in. And there it is, a heavy vault door haphazardly hidden behind these hellacious spirits. Okay, wine isn't a spirit, I know, but I made up what's in the barrels anyway, so get off my— Moving a barrel and heaving the door open, we'll find a hefty trap door. Fortunately, it's also unlocked. We'll descend maybe 20 feet down a bright yellow ladder to find another vault door, adorned with an ominous red glow. This must be it. Opening this door, we'll find another vault door, adorned with an ominous red glow. This must be it. Opening this vault door, we'll find... Opening this door, we'll find... Oh. It appears we've arrived. But what have we arrived at? We have another vault door to our right, and then another, and we'll find ourselves in a small room filled with ancient-looking computers. A ladder leads us up to some ceiling tiles that have fallen down, from which we can leap into the oversized ducts down here. We'll come to a ratty and rusted old stairwell with more hazmat-suited horrors blocking our way at every turn. If we find a way around, or through them, we'll pass through another vault door into some sort of kitchen/dining area. There isn't much left here to eat, but there are a couple of makeshift chemistry caches left on the tables. At the other end of this room, a gaping hole in the floor brings us down to a flickering light revealing several rows of now unused mattresses. Between those, the bathroom behind us, the lockers, and the scattered clothes, it's safe to assume that this was some sort of dorm or barracks of some kind. Flanking the couch are more of those goddamned vault doors. The one on the right is locked, so through the left we go into yet another eerily red-lit space. Ahead, we can see another open vault door, of course, hastily boarded up to very poorly block off a ladder leading up. To the right of that, though, may be the reason for this entire underground labyrinth. Yet again, in Navezgane, we've stumbled across some sort of underground medical facility. A couple of desks decorated with screens and charts line one end of the room, wraparound cabinets and a relative abundance of supplies of all kinds line the other. In the middle of the room, 3 large ducts that seem to be the be-all and end-all of the rest of the ducts in this underground facility connect to a single large computational medical apparatus for a single hospital bed. This is starting to get a little ridiculous, right? I mean, just how many secret and strange medical experiment chambers are we gonna find around here? Perhaps a more pressing question, what's this one for? Was a cure to what would become the zombie disease also being sought here? If so, by whom? With what information we have of the rest of Navezgane, it would seem the people working and living down here in the end times were working toward figuring this zombie virus out, and in the process went through around 3 dozen subjects. But why did they all turn? It's clear they were taking every precaution available to them. They lived down here. Clearly they were dedicated and committed, and it doesn't seem the resources available to them were their downfall either. So now we come to the inevitable final question. What the hell is this place? Let's go back over what we've discovered. A relatively simple yet deceptively opulent and isolated abode hides beneath it a small labyrinth of security measures, supplies, and mysterious medical equipment. The owner of said operation is unclear. The purpose of said operation is mostly unclear. Clearly, something went wrong at some point, and those that inhabited this place were doomed to stay there in unrest forever. Sound familiar? To spell it out clearly, this scenario is near identical to what I've dubbed the Mountaintop Mansion and the Duke's Estate, owned and operated by Noah of the White River Settlement and the Duke of Navezgane, respectively. So, is this a mysterious third party? Or perhaps another secret lab of one of our aforementioned main characters in this story we've cobbled together? Right now, my money's on the Duke. Here's why. While the big picture description of the 3 locations in question matches across the board, the similarities between the Duke's estate and this Spanish Sub Rosa are too many to ignore. I don't think I'm using sub rosa entirely properly there, but it sounds cool, so we're gonna roll with that. Like, I just don't think it grammatically makes sense, you know. But like, it's Spanish. Never mind. The Duke's estate is littered with security measures, from the outside gate to the final tunnel checkpoints underground that lead to the hidden structure. His underground layer also has a bit more of a professional air to it. Like, more money was poured into it. It just seems a bit more put together, concrete and machinery wall to wall. Whereas Noah's underground facility, while larger, seems much more haphazard. It's really more of a lab in a cave, albeit a little more grandiose, perhaps. Not to mention, the desert climate also seems to be a bit more the Duke's speed. When I first came to this conclusion, I thought, maybe I was wrong about the other location. What if this is the Duke's estate? But honestly, it would come as no surprise if he owned multiple houses. I mean, he's the Duke. Based on the story we've kind of cobbled together so far about him, that all tracks. But what's going on here, then? Because according to said story, the Duke is the bad guy and was possibly working with Higashi on perfecting this zombie virus. Well, there's no real evidence here to say that it was a cure being worked on. To be fair, the same can be said about Noah's Mountaintop mansion facility. But here, the piles of bodies casually and callously tossed aside, the cramped and terrible conditions the people here were clearly living in, it all just adds up a bit too well for a villainous laboratory. Perhaps this was just another cog in the Higashi Duke machine, a more secluded location for more rigorous and experimental trials to be held without the need for a vague masking of intentions. What caused all the henchmen down here to pass away? What made those holes in the wall and the floor? What brought this place down? Well, there's no evidence to point toward anything. It could be they were attacked, but by whom? Perhaps zombies infiltrated the facility somehow, but how? And where are those zombies now? Was one of the henchmen perhaps infected when they sealed themselves in? Unfortunately, we just can't know. That being the case, maybe it would be best for us to not linger here. We'll make our way back into that side passage, tear down those hasty boards, and ascend the yellow ladder back to the surface to a hidden exit. So what do you think? Was this another sinister lair of the Duke's? Were heinous and unknown experiments performed here, piling up the bodies like crumpled up papers in a novelist's wastebasket? Or was this an unknown third party? Was this facility actually looking for a cure? I'd love to hear your ideas in the comments. But until then, and until next time, thanks for watching. In a world so ravaged and torn by a myriad of doomsdays, it's quite easy for the little things to escape a lone survivor wandering the wastes and wonders of what once was. The entire Stories of Navezgane series focuses almost exclusively on those tiny details. The placement of some gore, the existence of some loot, the door behind another door, and the color of the background of a painting. After discussing all of these things and so much more, I come to you today both astounded and embarrassed to admit I missed something big. Okay, to be fair, it's actually an incredibly small detail, but the implications of its existence are massive, and it's quite literally flown across my screen several times. I am, of course, talking about the American flag, the good old stars and stripes, as it appears here in-game at the Red Mesa military base. I'm gonna let this sit here for a moment. Go ahead, take it in, and you tell me what strikes you as odd. Give up? Perhaps not. Maybe you've already spotted it. If you haven't, I won't bury the lead any longer. There are 81 stars on this flag. Thanks to commenter Orc Lord and their self-professed OCD superpowers, I've learned of this wild detail, and oh boy, does it lend itself to so many questions. Why are there 81 stars? What do the extra 31 represent? Or rather, where do they represent? Based on our previous findings in this series, the in-game date should match pretty closely with ours in real life. So did the United States add 31 stars in a matter of years as Navezgane's history departs from our own? Or does the timeline diverge far sooner than we'd ever expected? Does this have something to do with World War III? Let's explore these questions together as we take a closer look at the American flag. To begin our attempt at answering these questions, first we're going to have to go over a brief history of the Star-Spangled Banner. I know, you didn't sign up for a history lesson, so I'll try and channel some inner CGP Grey and keep this as brief and entertaining as possible, because it's important to know this for what comes after. The United States flag has been modified 26 times since its inception in 1777. Technically, the first flag was first seen in 1775, flown aboard Continental Navy Captain Essex Hopkins's ship Alfred in the Delaware River. The flag loosely resembled Old Glory, but with a Union Jack in the upper left-hand corner rather than the white stars on blue. It was on June 14th of 1777 that the Second Continental Congress passed the flag resolution, which gave us our first flag with 13 red and white stripes and 13 stars on a blue background. Well, sort of. The resolution passed really just established that the aforementioned specifications be the standard. It didn't actually choose any one design to be the design for the American flag. In fact, it didn't even specify how many of the 13 stripes should be red or white, only that they be alternating, nor did it specify if those stripes should be vertical or horizontal. Woof. To save us all some time, the early history of the flag in the late 18th century gets pretty muddy. But in 1795, the number of stars and stripes on the flag was increased from 13 to 15 to represent the new statehoods of Vermont and Kentucky. Then, in 1818, the flag was made to have 13 stripes again in order to honor the original 13 colonies, but now 20 stars, with a plan to add a new star officially on the 4th of July. Each year a new state was added to the Union. This went on until 1912 when the 48-star flag was adopted. Funny enough, this was the first time it was actually specified in what arrangement the star should be in. Before this, we had all kinds of patterns. Finally, in 1959, we had a short-lived 49-star flag with the addition of Alaska to the Union, and in 1960, the presently familiar 50-star flag was born with the addition of Hawaii. Oh, I don't know how he does that so cleanly. Oh my god. Okay, moving on. Now, I know what you're thinking. How the hell was all of that relevant? Well, let's return to the flag as we see it in 7 Days to Die. 13 stripes, horizontally, 7 red and 6 white. This hasn't changed. But 81 stars in a slightly offset 9x9 pattern. Historically, we now know the only reason more stars have ever been added to the flag was for the addition of a new state to the Union. Thus, the United States must have been composed of 81 states when the world, for most intents and purposes, ended. So how and why did the United States add 31 new states to its Union? Well, historically speaking, once again, in order for a place to become a member of the United States, first consent must be given. Next, it must petition the United States for statehood. This is decided by the US Congress, and then the US President must sign the deal to make it official. Using Puerto Rico as a real-world example, we know that not only is this a much more complex topic, it would also theoretically take a significant amount of time and convincing to make happen, as the ramifications of adding another state to the Union are immense for all political parties, the nation's economy, and so much more. That being said, it's happened plenty of times before. What really befuddles me about it, though, is just how quickly these states would have been added. Based on how rapid the spread of the zombie disease was and how short-lived World War III likely was, I'd wager Old Glory went from 50 to 81 stars in a matter of several years. But how could that have happened? One word: Mexico. Because our friends to the north are far too polite for the United States to ever invade, again, the next nearest country to yoink territory from would be to the immediate south. Why the United States would invade Mexico in a time of war that likely pitted it against enemies far further across the oceans is beyond me. So perhaps it was less of an invasion than more of an assimilation. The great nation of Mexico isn't exactly known for its cohesion and prosperity, so it's not entirely impossible for the US to take it under its wing in such a drastic situation. But why am I so sure it would have to be Mexico? Isn't it a bit more likely for some European friends to join the party? Maybe, but that would get really complicated with the European Union and being across the pond and all that. And there are 44 countries in Europe, it would just be too messy. But, as it turns out, Mexico has 32 states. At least, that's the short story. You see, technically, Mexico has 32 federal entities that would often be referred to as states or provinces depending on which country you're looking at. Mexico City, being the capital of Mexico, is one of those federal entities and is often referred to as the 32nd state. But if the entirety of Mexico were to join the United States of America, it's extremely unlikely that Washington, D.C. would be replaced by Mexico City. No longer being the capital, Mexico City would likely legally join one of the states it borders, bringing the total number of states added to the United States to 31, for our total of 81 stars on the flag. So, with what we figured out, let's wrap this interesting detail up with a tidy bow. In the 7 Days to Die universe, the combination of a rapidly spreading zombie disease and a third world war sent the entire globe into a drastic state of panic and chaos. With troops being deployed around the world to contain all kinds of threats, fingers being pointed, economies bustling and crumbling under the weight of wartime production, maps were changing too fast to keep up with as deals were made and legislation rapidly passed in order for those countries who could not cope with this harsh new reality to simply keep their peoples alive. Amid this chaos, somehow, Mexico found itself holding a vote to petition the United States to join the Union. Whether for land, or resources, or human capital, the United States accepted all 31 states of Mexico into the Union, likely with blinding speed. This, likely, caused even more chaos and turmoil as two longtime neighbors abruptly became one. The new union held up long enough for the flags to be made and distributed at the very least, but one way or another, the might of the United States wasn't enough. Likely, nothing would have been for the zombie hordes and devastating bombs that razed the world over. A new chapter in the history books was written, but nothing lasted long enough for the books to be printed. Now, all the evidence we have to suggest that the aforementioned unification took place is a flag. An extremely recognizable one, changed just subtly enough for most of us to not even notice. But for those who do notice, we can ponder and hypothesize, but like all things in this series, we may never get a concrete answer. Perhaps we will in a future update, but I have a feeling that's a long ways away. So until then, and until next time, thanks for watching.